I was muted. Good day, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. How's everyone doing? Hopefully better than me with my muted mic on accident. That's my bad. That is my bad. I know it doesn't look like much, but I have redone a few things in my office to try and make things better, and it apparently made things worse, so that's exciting. Yeah, so even though it doesn't look any different to you guys, hopefully, it's slightly different for me. I'm usually looking at this side of my monitor, and I'm looking at this side.
Cameron Reed 2 just redeemed stretch.
We got ourselves a nice stretch to start off the stream. I absolutely love it. Get this down just a little bit more. There we go. As much as I love this music, gotta make sure it's background music and not foreground music. Otherwise, we run into a lot of issues with not necessarily copyright strikes, but claiming of videos. Good times. Good times. But yeah, Seelick, welcome. Glad you're here. And Versed, I'm glad you're versed. Cameron, welcome. Welcome. Let's see who else we got. Who else we got? We got Hootie Hend. Hey Moon, what's up? It is you know, just life stuff. Stuff is up. Life is up. What's up with you? How you doing, Hootie Hend? Hopefully you had a great weekend. Seelick said, would you rather fight 1,000 ant-sized bull or 1 bull-sized ant? Ooh. I would rather fight 1,000 ant-sized bulls. Yeah. I would 100. I cannot even imagine. Okay, actually, I can imagine. Did anyone watch Honey, I Shrunk the Kids growing up? It's an old movie. It's from like the 90s, like early 90s, I want to say. But yeah, in there, these kids get shrunk down, and it's basically the plot of what's that game? What's that survival game? Grounded. It's basically the plot of Grounded. But anyway, yeah, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. There is a giant ant that they fight, and that's like the first thing that popped in my head when I was like, I can't even imagine that. I can't imagine it, and that is absolutely horrifying. Yeah, I would rather fight 1,000 ant-sized bulls than 1 bull-sized ant. That just sounds absolutely terrifying. Let's see, Love Lane, evening. How's it going for you? Hopefully you had a great weekend. That transition, I know it's great, isn't it, Cameron? Yeah, it's actually it's newer. It's not brand new, but it's newer. I think I got it last week. Had an absolutely fantastic individual reach out to me, and they were like, "Hey, I absolutely love watching your live streams, and I wanted to make a transition animation for you to play during your live streams." And they're like, "Do you like it?" And I was like, "I absolutely love it." And they're like, "Sweet." So, anyways, that's the fun new animation that I use to switch between scenes. So, way better than my old one. As much as I absolutely like animating things, I'm not very good at it. So it's very basic when I make it. Let's see. Seelick says, "Did you add a light?" I did not. But I adjusted where they are, and I think that they're probably just a little bit too close. So I'm gonna try. Let's try turning them down just a little bit. Oh. We gotta turn that one just up a little bit. And this one I think I can turn down a little bit. I gotta get it. Ooh. Okay, we basically go from no light to a light. Yeah, so basically I redid my green screen and its positioning and all that fun stuff. So it's really nothing that crazy. But then when I redid it, I realized, let me come in here. So I want to turn this one and this one off. There we go. So now my green screen actually covers like this entire section, which is great, absolutely fantastic, because before it would either be, you know, a little bit up top that would like be an issue. I mean, it's still, I can still reach higher than my green screen goes, but it now goes like all the way to the side, and then there's some issues over on this side over here, but it's working a little bit better, and I'm able to have it slightly further back from my, it's still like basically right behind me, but it's like ever so slightly further back. So I don't know, hopefully it'll be a good time. Hopefully it works well, but because of that I had to like adjust where my lights were, and then I was like, this isn't quite working exactly right, so then I had to like switch where my other monitor was. So I used to be facing this way, and like my camera was shifted over and my monitor was over there. Anyway, all sorts of fun stuff that I was up to today. Yeah, great day, a great day indeed. All right, let's see here, what else we got. You look brighter and not in intelligence. You look, I appreciate your kind words. Thank you so much. I'm also gonna have to get used to not looking over this way when I'm responding to people. It's here, not here, here. Loki, good evening, glad you're here. Welcome. Paging Axel. Is Axel here? Call out to Axel. Turns out I was not the first. That is true, you were not the first. Seelick was the first, but you were close, very close behind. Let's see, Fair Inkling says, is that one of them black and white movies? Not quite that old. Actually, now I wonder, when did Honey, I Shrunk the Kids come out? Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. 1989! Holy smokes! It's basically one of those black and white movies. Good heavens. I had no idea that it was an 80s movie. Good freaking crap. I could have sworn it would have been the 90s. Like, I mean, to be fair, I was guessing like 91, 92, so like early 90s. I just had no idea it was 89. That's crazy. Anyway, yeah, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. If you've never seen it, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's got Rick Moranis, if you're a fan of Rick Moranis, so that's a good time. I'm sure there's other people in there that I would recognize nowadays, right? Robert Oliveri. Nope. Amy O'Neill. Thomas Brown. Matt Frewer. Jared Rushton. All right, never mind. It's just Rick Moranis that I recognize. All right. I stand corrected. I still only recognize one name. I'm sure other people would recognize them, but let's see here. I haven't been here in a couple of weeks. That's true, Cameron. That's true. You haven't been here, so I'm glad you're getting caught up. And I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back. Tip of the hat. Celix says, ad. Blasted ads. It was not HD. It was not. Not at all. Not at all. And Loki says, then there's Honey, We Blew Up the Kid and Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves. Absolutely fantastic movies. I still remember the first time that I watched Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves. I did like that movie. It was good. I would probably, if I had to rank, you know, for these very old movies that I'm sure maybe half of you have actually even seen, if that, I would probably say, obviously, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, number one. And then I would probably say Honey, I Blew Up the Baby is probably my number two. I think that one is really good, especially the special effects in there. If anyone watches Corridor Digital or like VFX Artists React, if anyone watches those, they actually reacted to Honey, I Blew Up the Baby, and it's actually crazy the amount of like tricks and things like they did to make a giant baby. Yeah, good times. Well, especially because back in the day, like that one probably came out in like the actual mid to late 90s. And that one, you know, it's not really, I mean, special effects are a thing, but not in the way that you would think about them nowadays. So, it's been a couple of months at this point. Has it seriously been that long? Oh, smokes, Cameron. I guess it has been a while. Well, then I am even more glad that you're back. Loki says, 92. We Shrunk Ourselves was 97. Oh my. So Honey, I Blew Up the Baby was 92. That was a year after I was born. Wow. And then 97. That was a good time to be alive. Good old 97. All right, anyway. Well, I'm glad you're here. Welcome, everybody. Then the TV show. Did they make a TV... Wait, what? They made a TV show? What would it be called? Honey, I Shrunk the Kids TV show? Oh my, what is this? What? They had 3 seasons? Holy smokes. All right. I had no idea. Not even a clue. I guess it makes sense. It was a pretty popular movie, so it would make sense they also did a TV series. Then just released a new Office spin-off. The Paper. It's meh. Oh, The Paper. Yeah, they did just release the spin-off. Okay, so here's the thing. I feel like it's an issue, right? I feel like I either get too hyped up for something and then it just doesn't deliver well, or I am just so... I'm trying to think of the right word. Not jaded. I don't know. I feel like anytime I see a spin-off series, I'm just like, all right, cash grab, cool. But I am one... I feel like if you're going to make an advertisement, some kind of promotional material, whether that is a preview that you put in front of a movie, an ad that you put on social media, whatever it is, I, for one, would assume you would want to put your best foot forward. You'd pick your best jokes, your best scenes, your best lines, whatever it is, and then you would put that in the ad. And I feel like that's usually what happens. But any of the ads I have seen for, what was it called, like The Paper, I'm like, are these jokes? Like, I don't get it. And I feel like if that's what their ads are like, then the show must be not good at all. And as it sounds like it's meh, so I don't think I'm going to be watching it. I will just rewatch The Office for the 20,000th time. I will call it good. Love Lane says, I haven't watched the movies, but I've seen the live show in Disney and ate at the cafe where everything is big. Wait, which Disney is that? Disney World? I guess to be fair, I've only been to Disneyland, and I've only been there like twice. And they were all in the last couple of years. So, you know, good times. Let's see. Hootie Hand says, hey, Moonwood, I need to sleep, but I was asleep all day, but I have to do something tomorrow morning, but I can't sleep. Hootie Hand, you definitely need to go get some sleep. Yeah, if you've got important stuff to do tomorrow, make sure you get some sleep. You have slept enough. I'm not in the catcher. Cat shit. What? You're not in the cat? What are you talking about? I'm not in the catcher. Catch it. What are you talking about, Cameron? What are you talking about? Disney World? Okay, that's what I was figuring. I figured it was Disney World. So I've not been to Disney World. The Toronto Truth Teller crew is not as funny as Dunder Mifflin. Wait, what is the Toronto Truth Teller crew? But I believe it. I believe it is not as funny. All right, everybody. Let's get into stuff. Let's start making some stuff and you know, actually turn this into a devlog. See, a dev stream. Kind of necessary. Okay, so last stream, if you remember, if you were here, I'm not a fan of the original Office. Oh, like the British one? I will agree with that. I have tried watching a few episodes of the British version of The Office, and yeah, I'm glad for what it spawned, but yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the original. Okay, so if you remember from last time, we finally, as far as I know, don't quote me on this, but I think we finally got the perk cards working. So we've got the whole UI working. You can pick your cards. When you select one, it'll come down here in the bottom. When it's down there in the bottom, it'll then move over here when you're actually moving around through the tomb, and you can see what it's doing. But also, it's actually finally working. So as you can see, this one, it is increasing my damage by +1. So as you can see down here, we've got +2, +2, +2, +2, which is great. That's what we want. And then over here on the max HP, it reduced it, but I think what we're going to do is I'm not going to reduce your HP, and maybe we will change this, maybe we'll change it, but as of right now, I'm kind of thinking what we're going to do is if you lose your max HP, you won't actually lose your current HP. I don't know, maybe. Should we have it also reduce your current HP? Yeah, I think so. I think that makes the most amount of sense. I think if you're going to lose your maximum, you should lose your current. I think the biggest thing for me was the first time that I thought about it, I was like, well, what if your current HP is at like 1 HP and then you pick a perk that's like, oh, your max HP goes down by 5, and then it would reduce that by 5, and then it would kill you. But I think what we'll do is if you reduce your max HP, it's not necessarily going to reduce your current HP. It's only going to reduce if you are over the maximum amount of HP. So let's do that really quick. So if we come over to here, where I'm actually setting all these things, that's parallel. I don't know what the freak's going on here, but okay. So over here, when you select a card, what? Oh, that's right, because we got the perk stat mods, and then you've got the perk stat prerequisites. That's right. That is right. That's what I did. Space Force had its moments. I don't think I ever saw Space Force. The American one either. Wait, you don't like the American version? I mean, that's totally understandable. I despised it until I was like in my 20s. I didn't get it. I didn't understand why it was funny. Yeah, I was not a fan at all. And then it wasn't until, so like I tried multiple times. I tried watching with groups of friends, by myself, with, you know, friends here and there, and I just, and they'd be like, oh, I'm going to show you the best episode. This is going to be the best episode. This is going to be the one that convinces you. And I was always just like, I just, the dry humor didn't understand it. And I think the problem was because anytime I would start trying to watch it, I was coming in on season 2, season 3, season 5, and I didn't know who the characters were. But these characters were like, they all had these relationships that they were all playing into, and they were all working off each other, and I just didn't understand the dynamic. And so people would be like, oh, this is the best one. This is, season 3, episode 5. This is the best episode ever. You're going to love it. And I would sit down and I'd be like, I don't know who these people are. I don't understand their lives. I don't get it. But like, I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I was always just like, I just don't get it. And they're like, how can you not get it? Like, it's fun, hilarious. And then it wasn't until I was over at my cousin's house, and they were watching the episode, spoiler alert, they're watching the episode where Michael is leaving. It's his last episode, and he's leaving. And I remember sitting there watching it, and, everyone's, well, not everyone, Jim is basically the only one getting teary-eyed, because everyone else thinks that they're going to see Michael the next day. And I see the interaction between Jim and Michael, and, they're both kind of, a little teary-eyed, not crying, but like teary-eyed, and then, Michael leaves. And I just remember sitting there thinking, and I'm like, okay, I don't understand the dynamic between these two. I don't know what's going on, but I want to. I want to know why this is a sad moment. Like, I want to know why this is emotional. I don't get it, but I want to know. And for some reason, right there, I was like, I need to go back to the start and watch it from the beginning. And then I don't know. So, and that's not going to be for everybody. Like, I don't know why that sparked something in me that was like, you need to understand why this dynamic is sad. But that's just kind of what caught me. So, but if you don't like it, that's completely understandable, because I did not like it for a very long time. Okay, so these are just the tooltips. This isn't actually changing anything. But I believe the actual changes are happening here, which would make sense. So we're gonna say, oh wait, are they happening in here? Nope. No. Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. So we have a list of variables called the stat prereqs. And basically what happens there is when you hover over a card, a tooltip, whatever it is adding and subtracting from that prereq. That's all. Like, it's not doing anything else. It's just saying, this is what you could gain and lose if you were to select this one. And then basically the idea is once you come down here, it is now taking every single prereq and modification, and it's just adding whatever the prereq is and adding it to the modifier. And then it zeroes out all the prereqs. Well, those get zeroed out every time anyway. And then that's what's actually adding and subtracting from these things. Yes, okay. So the place where we actually need to adjust this is over here, which is, okay, so dexterity and vitality, awesome. Then over here, this is the prereq HP equals 5, prereq pyro -1. Okay. So where would be the best place to do something like this? Probably over here. I think what we can do is we can say conditional branch if the variable player max HP is less than player HP. Then we just say control variables, set player's HP to equal whatever player's max HP is. Yeah. So it's not necessarily reducing equally based on where the max... So let's say, for example, the max HP is here and the player's HP is here. So max HP is 20, player's HP is 15. It's not going to reduce both by 5. It's just going to reduce the threshold by 5. And so if they're then both 15, it's totally fine. But if the max HP is 20 and then the current HP is 18 and then it reduces by 5 down to 15, it's then going to reduce the player's HP just by 3. It's not going to push it down to 13 or something like that. It will only subtract the player's HP based on if the player's HP is greater than what it's now reduced to. So let's take a look really quick and just make sure that actually works. Oh, of course. There we go. Axel's daggers of damage. So if we select this, we should then have our HP set down to 15 or 16. So it's reducing it by 4. Let's try it. Okay. Odd. Player HP is at 20. Player's HP max is at 20. What? Huh? I'm so stupid. I was only applying it to the first card. So I just need to copy that and then paste that down here on the second card and the third card. There we go. There we go. Okay, now it shouldn't matter whatever slot. Of course, it's in the first slot now, but it shouldn't matter whatever slot we're in. We should be able to click on that, and then it'll reduce it by weight. Because then we're coming in here and we're resetting stats. Okay. It should have still adjusted the max HP though, right? So if we select that, max HP should still be 16. Player HP max is 20. Okay. Is that because when we come over here to the tomb, this guy right here, so basically this is saying if you have not created a character, set all these default stats. Fair. Let's grab this. And we're going to put this in the beginning in the level select to spell book. Yeah, so right here. There we go. We're going to have to get rid of that eventually, but this is just for testing purposes. We come in here. This is actually setting everything. So now we can see... What? What do you mean the max HP goes from 1 to 0? $12. What do you mean you're at 12? What? Okay, what is the max HP right now? You should be 20. Player HP max 20. Okay. And then reduce the max HP by 4. So you should be 16. What? Makes no sense. No sense at all. Oh. Hootie hen, so you just woke up a few hours ago, and now you can't get back to sleep. I mean, that's fair if you just woke up a couple hours ago. That would make sense you can't get back to sleep. You could take some nighttime cold and flu medicine. See if that helps. Maybe it would. Okay, so Griffin's Potion of Power, so equals 5. Axel's Daggers of Damage. $681 through $691. Oh, that's resetting all the prereqs. Okay. So 681 through 691 resets the prereqs, and then 685 through 688. What's 685 through 688? 685. $688. So that's the... Oh, it's setting them all... Okay, yeah. So it sets them all to 1. Okay, yes, because it's all damage plus 1. So it's going to add, 1 to that. And then, perk stat, rec, HP, set it to -4. Okay. So is it just doing the prereq twice somewhere? That's what it seems like it's doing. So perk stat, mod, HP, plus HP. So the HP, though, is the max HP. So, like, it's... Yeah. So it's basically... Yeah, so HP plus the prereq HP, which prereq HP should be the -4. Okay. And then if player HP max is less than player HP, then we're going to say player HP equals player HP max. Okay. But then why do we have this second page? We don't need the second page. Because everything is happening. Yeah, because right here, so when you select, this is now adjusting everything based off of this. And then it turns on A. So when A turns on, this is actually affecting the player's dexterity and vitality, and we do not want to ever touch the player's actual stats. Okay. So, instead of turning on A, we need to get rid of that and then just turn on 6-1A. 6-1A. And 6-1A. Okay, I think that should actually be closer to what we want. Of course, just 3 potions, huh? Okay, we're kind of messing with... There we go. So, this should set the HP to be equal to 16. Okay, we're still at 20 here, but is the max HP at least at 20? Why? Okay. Why? Okay, so in the tomb, what if we just say, skip past all of this? Yeah. Jump to label, skip. Label, skip. There we go. Okay, skip past all of that. Is this actually working without any of that going? This is also showing incorrect stuff. This is saying max HP -4, and then we're saying 1 to 0. That shouldn't be showing that. Yeah, that shouldn't be showing that. So what is... What is the actual variable that it's showing? That's all the ones. Is you're showing game actor 77's name. Game actor name. Okay. Okay, so we're just showing the names. Freak's going on with my hair. All sorts of things. Okay, so let's go back over here. And we're going to say here in the tooltips. So we've got Axel's Daggers of Damage. Did I just not change this from the other one? So we're going to say, so buff stat, debuff stats. The debuff stat is what we're actually wanting to show. We're setting name 78 to equal variable 1062, 666, 1062, 666. Okay, yeah, so we never actually adjusted this from copying and pasting it there. That would be why it's just showing a 0 instead of actually, showing what we should show. Okay, so let's come in here. Let's see. So if variable 1062 is less than or equal to 0, then we're going to say set game actor 78. Set the name to 1062 plus 666 plus the caret plus 1062 plus 666. So what is variable 666? Is that the variable we need to adjust? 666 is the perk stat mod geo. Okay, that's fair. Cameron says, where? I want an aerodynamic foil from my car. Wait, who are you talking? Who are you talking to, Cameron? Hootie Hen says, Moonwood, can you play Fortnite next weekend? I would be absolutely horrible at it. Maybe. I don't know. I worry about playing games on the channel. I don't know. I feel like it because it's like the way that like algorithms work. If you like start doing one thing on a channel and then you do one other thing for like a day or two, it like freaks out and doesn't know what to do. Unfortunately, but maybe. Let's see. Cool Man Chill says, guys, good news. I got a job, so can say it now. Job. Well, that is super awesome, Cool Man Chill. Congratulations. Very well done. Yeah, that's awesome. Where'd you get a job at? Also, Cameron says, carrot. Your joke fell flat. What? What was your joke, Cameron? What was it? Let's see. So 666 is Geo. Are we actually grabbing the player's stats for these other ones, though? That's the real question. So game variable is 52. So dexterity and vitality. Then this one is max HP. Okay, so max HP. It's the buff. Set it to 51 plus 669. And then 51, 669. So it's basically this one that we need. So 51. So I think what we need to do is replace 1062. So we're going to say 1062, replace it with 51 plus, and then we don't want 666. So 51. 1062 is 51. And then 666, that's going to be the variable that is the modification for the HP. So 51, 1066. Oh, that's going to be minus 4. Okay, and then the modification for the HP is 669. Nice. Okay, so 666 is 669. $669. You are also going to be 669. Okay, I think that should be correct. See if we can get some Axel's Daggers of damage. Hey, there we go. Look at that. Max HP minus 4, so 20 to 16. Okay, so it's actually showing correctly now, but is it actually doing things correctly now? I don't think that's going to still be the case. And I read property Y undefined. That's going to be a very bad bug. Oh dear. Maybe? Okay, what? Why is that suddenly showing up? Because it's trying to read the property of Y of undefined, which means it's trying to read the Y coordinates of a picture that don't exist anymore. But why would that all of a sudden be happening literally every time now that I adjusted this? That makes no sense. Huh. Huh. Is it just with that last one? Can it be any of these? Can I read property Y of undefined? So it's not just... Okay.
Thanks for the follow, Bologba.
Bologba, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing well.
Thanks for the follow, Axel_Benedict.
Axel, thank you for the refollow. I appreciate that.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. I never got the notification, Sag.
That's so sad. But I'm glad you're here anyway. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the notifications. It seems to be doing some weird stuff, but I'm glad you're here. Glad you made it. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Just hit 300 followers. It didn't do the thing. Well, Bologba, I appreciate you following so we can reach 300. And then Axel for unfollowing and refollowing. Maybe it's all the times you've unfollowed and refollowed. It might have ruined your notifications. Maybe. But I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. See, Cool Man Chill says, a restaurant chain. Very nice, very nice. Are you excited for the job? Or are you just kind of like, it'll be a job? Hootie had said, spoiler alert. Okay, I get it.
Thanks for the follow, Cool Manchill 69.
I get it now. Also, thank you for the refollow. I appreciate that. Let's see. SCC Sakura says, 07, good night from Brazil. Good night from Brazil to good night from America to Brazil to you as well. What does that mean? You are heading out? Either way, also it looks like you're first time chatter. Welcome, glad you're here. From Brazil, huh? Pretty exciting stuff. What you up to over in Brazil? Let's see. So of course, I wanted to know where that aerodynamic foil was so I could grab the spoiler. All right, Cameron, I get it now. I get it now that you've spelled it out for me. To be fair, I'm usually that way with jokes anyway, so thank you for spelling it out for me. I appreciate that. Let's see. Cool Man Chill says, I'm excited. Well, then I'm excited for you. Yeah, it is very exciting stuff. Especially, I feel like in this economy, it's very exciting to be able to find a job. So, congratulations. Well done. I salute you. Let's see. Axel says, I'm playing Diablo 4. This Borderlands 4 messed up and removed, liketed? Is that actually a thing, or is that a misspelling? Resources. Also, to get a chance to read the prologue of my new book. I have not. I got your message, and I was going to respond, and then today has been absolutely nuts. But tomorrow's going to be when I have a chance to read it. I promise. And then I will let you know what I think. Let's see. Sakura says, not just arriving, but here it's midnight. That is very late. Yeah, it's only 9 p.m. here, so you're a few hours ahead. But I'm glad you're here. Welcome. And Axel says, limited resources. Oh, that would make more sense. Well, that's kind of lame that they messed it up and removed those. Blasted. Oh, I see it now. Limited. It was just with the K. Limited resources. That makes more sense. Yeah, that's annoying. Annoying and very frustrating. Hopefully they fix it soon. Hopefully it's not like a permanent thing they did. So why the freak is this all of a sudden now completely breaking this entire thing? Can I read property Y of undefined? Is it because I switched this off? That is possible. It's very possible. Although, is anything... So if you're hovering over... Oh, okay, I get it now. Okay, so yes, so we do want to... Let's just copy and paste this page, because I don't know if we're going to need this again. I don't think we do. But we're going to set that to B, and then this is going to be if A is on. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that should fix that. I was so confused why that was an issue, but now if we were to click on this... Okay, never mind. Oh! Never mind, I'm just stupid. Okay, now we just need to turn on the self switch, because I'm an idiot, and I told it... You know, if you're going to make a secondary event page that is conditional on the self switch A being on, you kind of have to turn on the self switch to actually have it do a thing. Okay, there we go. Now that is on. Now if we were to hover up, which one should I pick? Who knows? We'll go with Fraley's Fantastic Scroll, I suppose. There we go. Now we're good to go. Okay, that makes more sense. Really quick explanation of what was going on. The reason why that was happening was because originally we were having it switch to a new page, which is great because over on this page, this is telling it to move a whole bunch of pictures and change a whole bunch of things. But when we switched it to just directly turn on another self switch, which was self switch A for this page, it goes in here and right here it clears all the images, erases them off the screen. They're gone. But over here, since it wasn't going off this page, this was still trying to move images and do things. But you can't do that if there are no images. You cannot move an image that has been erased, and so it was throwing up an error message because it was trying to adjust, like move an image based on image Y coordinates that were not available anymore. So anyway, that is the explanation for why that was happening and why that is now fixed. Whew, okay, there we go. So Axel's daggers of damage. So now we're doing max HP -4, so it's 20 down to 16. So if we click on that, is it actually affecting anything anymore? No, it is not. It is not doing anything yet. Why the freak is it not doing anything? Let's come down here. Let's take a look. So Axel's daggers of damage. Let's see. But anyway, yeah, Sakura. I can't remember if I actually said, but I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. Welcome. Let's see. Mutation Ivory says, whoop whoop, moving things that don't exist. My favorite area. It's the best. It is the best. Yeah. I mean, technically, I think the issue was this right here. So yes. So it is basically doing a if statement based on a image that doesn't exist yet. So basically saying math round game screen picture 2 Y. And so it's trying to get the Y coordinates of image layer 2, but image layer 2 was no longer there. And so it was like, wait, you want me to math round what? And I'm like, well, sorry game. I not mean to do that. Because here's the thing, RPG Maker has a lot of safety nets in place if you're just doing event commands. If you're just doing event commands in RPG Maker, you basically cannot get it to do an error, create an error message for you. You would have to be doing something crazy with your eventing commands to actually get it to show an error. Because here's the thing, this is just moving a picture, it's not actually showing a picture. But you can say, move image layer 2, and if image layer number 2 doesn't exist, it'll just skip over it. It'll just be like, whatever, that's fine. But if you in JavaScript go in and say, hey, move this image layer, the JavaScript is going to be like, get out, I said, hey. I said, hey, JavaScript, and my phone was like, yes? Did you say, hey, Google? Right. That's my bad. Thank you, phone. Thank you, but I'm good without you. Anyway, okay, cool. Well, now why the freak are you not doing the health? Why are you not doing it properly? That is the greatest question of all. Axel's daggers of damage. So we're saying perk stat, free rec, HP, -4. Makes sense? So 689. Okay. Then over here, 689. So perk stat mod.
Foinkling says, hey Google, fix Moonman's code.
No, I don't need Google. Get Google out of here. It doesn't need it. Oh, let's see. Mutation Ivory says, the most you can do is delete a file. You need it like song or image, really. I guess that's true. That is true. If you are trying to show an image, Mutation Ivory, that is a really great point. Yes. So I'm going to take back kind of what I said. What you can do to cause an error with all of this fun stuff. So like, let's say, for example, if you were to come in here and you were to say like show image and you were to select an image, right? There you go. And you were like, sweet, it's showing an image. But then if you weren't to delete this, but then you're going to your images folder and delete backgrounds _ player 1, without editing this, the engine would still try to load this image, but then it would freak out because it'd be like, there is no image, backgrounds _ player 1. Yeah, and same thing with, if you try to play a sound effect, background music, anything like that, it would freak out because it'd be like, what? Yeah. Good, very good point, Mutation Ivory. Very good point. So, why are you not adjusting the HP at all? Because everything else is working. Like, I can come in here and I can choose a perk that is reducing, say, my, vitality. This reduces my vitality, right? So if I were to click on this one to reduce my vitality is now -1. Crap. Why did I say things were done? Of course I had to just curse myself by saying things were done. Okay, well, it works with, say, for example, geo damage. If I were to click on this, it'll actually reduce my geo damage, which it does. There we go. You're 0 now. So why are you not working as you should? Ooh, actually, let me check this really quick. I thought I'd fixed it maybe. Apparently I did not. Dang it! Oh well. Oh well. So, if I hover over this, scroll all the way down here to 669, perk stat mod, HP 0. Perk stat mod prereq, -4. Okay, nice, exactly. So if I click on that, it should, okay, so the perk stat mod is still equal to 0. So that's fine. Now the perk stat mod, HP, oh, that's what I did. Oh, I forgot that I did it that way. Okay, 669. Let's, okay. Why did I forget that I did it that way? Why? Who knows? Who knows? All right, so let's come over here to 20. Where's 20? Text is 20. There we go. So you are equaling game variables dot value 50. Yes. But then we want to say game variables dot value 50, and then we're going to say minus game variables dot value 669. Nice. In the wise words of Fairwinkling. And then refresh. Right. Not minus. Because you're negative. You don't want to minus a negative number because then you get a positive. Let's add the negative number. There we go. Holy crap. Okay, show. That's the case. Now, we need to go over to 20 out of 16. So current value would be 50. Wait. Wait. No, we do not want to set the current HP to be equal the HP minus the modifier, because that's just gonna do crazy things. So never mind. Let's go back on that. That is not 50 minus this variable. That will break things and be horrible. Fresh that. Oh dear. There we go. We don't want error. We want 20. Now we come over here to the 20 out of 16. So the max value, so current value is 50. And then we're going to say max value is 51 plus 669. Okay, so that's set up correctly. So I think the issue then is what I completely forgot is down over here. We don't want to say if player HP max is greater than player HP. What we want to say, so 51 and 50. 51 and 50. So 51 and 50. What we want to do instead is we want to say something like, we want to say game variables dot value 51. Let's actually put these in parentheses, because we're going to say 51 plus game variables dot value 669. So this is basically the player's max HP plus the perk stat modifier. So if game variables 51 plus 669 is less than or equal to game variables dot value 51, nope, 50, nope. So if the max HP is less than, we're just gonna say less than. If you are less than the current HP, then we say set HP to equal. Crap. Nope. That's not right either. Because that's just going to set it to the player's HP max without the modification. So, we also need more JavaScript here. So we're going to say game variables dot set value. So we're going to set variable 50, right? 50 to equal 51. Yes. So, game variables dot value set value 50 to equal game variables dot value 50 minus, and then in parentheses, we're going to say game variables dot value 51 plus game variables dot value 669. Yes. I believe.
Hootie Hen wants Moonman to do 10 chest benders.
Oh my goodness. Do you know what I just realized?
Hootie Hen wants Moonman to do 10 bicep curls.
Cameron, I am so sorry.
Hootie Hen's just redeemed stream
Brett.
Dash.
I never actually did your stretch, Cameron. That was almost an hour ago that you redeemed that, and I'm so sorry. We were getting into everything, and I was just so distracted. That is my bad. Okay, I think we're good there. Let me just we're gonna test this really quick, and then we're gonna do 2 stretches, chest benders, and the bicep curls. Let's give that a shot and let's give that a test, and we're gonna see what happens. Ooh. I do love some horn. Okay, let's refresh that. Someone's got a lot of points. There we go. Okay, Axel's daggers of damage. So, HP, max HP, -4, so 20 to 16. Let's do that. Why?
Mutation of Ori says, hey Google,
No.
play Yoda death sound.wav.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Why? Why is it not reducing that HP? Oh, wait. I did it again. I did it again where I only did it on the first thing. The first card. The first card is doing it. But then not the others. So... Oh, we're really on one tonight, aren't we, everybody? Are not we all on one? We're all on one. Yeah. Going great. Going absolutely fantastic. Okay, let's do this. Axel's daggers of damage. Should have set it to 16. What? Why are we at 4? All right, everybody. Let's go find a monster to really liven up. We're just refreshing this. We're refreshing it again. It loves to give me duplicates, doesn't it? All right, everybody. We're going to do some bicep curls, and we're going to do some stretching. Okay, let's do stretching first. All right, everybody. Let's do some stretching. Here we go. And this way. And the other way. Oh, you can almost see my head in that one. And backwards. Oh. Green screen isn't perfect, but it's getting there. All right, let's do some chest benders and some curls. Get out of the way, chair. Whew. I feel like my camera is... I feel like the camera is lower than usual. That's a nice shot. All right, here we go. Oh, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. I feel like the thing on here is coming loose. It is coming really loose. Ugh. That would have been awkward. Have my weights fall on my face. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. And let's do one more stretch. Ouch. Ran over my foot with my own chair. All right. Let's see. Let's do one more stretch, everybody, and let's get back to programming. Oh, everybody ready? 1, 2, 3. Let's go this way first. And the other way. Oh. And one more backwards. Oh my goodness. Freaking heavens. Oh. Okay. Well, there we go. Not too bad. I feel more awake and alive now. A little sweaty, but a little more awake and alive now. Oh, man. Hootie Hen says, hey, Moonwood Games, when's the coffee mug coming out? Soon. One of these days. Maybe. Mutation Ivory says, what the heck, Moon? Moon Man, you're buff. I don't know about that, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Or at least more than I realized. Well, that's because usually you just see me sitting in a chair. Yeah. Let's see. Balogba. First of all, first time chatter. Welcome. Glad you're here. This is the first stream I've caught, and I was very unaware of what went down on these, apparently. Yeah, that was a weird time for you to come in. But I'm glad you're here. Welcome. Yes, I was, how would I even explain that? Points were redeemed to have me get off my butt and be physical for a little bit. Anyway, how's your day going? How was your weekend? Hopefully it went well for you. Oh, let's see, Lovelane says, mostly just chat, making Moon move around and not programming. Yeah, basically. Basically. Mutation Hour says, is it a Moon Mug or Moon Man? Probably a Moon Mug. Good old Moon Mug. Something like that. Now there's a joke that doesn't land. Okay. So now what's going on here? Why are we losing so much HP? Is it because so we're setting the perk stat mod to be the perk stat prereq here. So 669, yes. So 669 should then be equal to -4. Right, okay, yeah, that's fair. So then here we're saying set the player's HP to equal player's HP minus 51 is the player's max HP, which the max HP, is that already being reduced at this point? Yeah, so max HP plus 669, which should just be -4. Okay. And so then over here, there should be nothing going on here with the actual variables themselves. Correct. So that would be 4, 8, 12. And we're going down... Were we going down to 4 HP left? So we had 20. So we have 20 HP. It should take us down to 16. Okay. So why are you equal to 4? That makes no sense. 4 out of 16 and 4. Current value is 50. Variable 50. Which variable 50 would be the player's HP. So why is the player's HP at 4? So that doesn't even make sense. Like, how many times would it have to... That'd be 20, down to 16, 12, 8. Was reducing it 4 times? But the max HP isn't even that. The max HP is still at 20, which makes sense. Maybe? Well, yeah, the actual stat itself of the max HP, that makes sense, because then this, the actual bar, the max HP is at 16 right now, because it's the max HP minus the debuff. Yeah, so 51 plus 669. So why are you getting reduced so much? This makes no sense. Okay, so over here. Are we affecting the health anywhere else along? Well, that's just the picture. Move picture. And then this is all just perk stat mods and perk stat prereqs. Okay. So what if we flash the screen here? Just might as well. That's our way to debug and see what's going on. Okay, let's get a... okay, there we go. So if we select that one, we got the flash. So, where are we at now? So player's HP is equal to 20. Max HP is equal to 20. Okay. And now it's equal to 4. Okay. Odd. Lovelane says, I don't remember if I asked you, but you doing anything for Jacksepticeye's Game Jam on October 1st? I don't think so. Oh, wait, is this something I've looked up before? Jacksepticeye Game Jam. Is this something I've looked up? Huh. The Jamsepticeye. Starting in 2 days. I guess that's true. It's October 1st. Oh my gosh. I had not even... I don't think I even knew about this. Huh. Well, welcome to the Jamsepticeye, a game jam co-run by Jacksepticeye and John Ducky Dev Szymanski. We've both wanted to run a game jam, but hadn't for exactly different reasons. Turns out sometimes all you need is a little collaboration, and the proverbial jam gets made. Jacksepticeye will run the October 1st through... Well, Jamsepticeye will run from October 1st through October 5th. For details and themes, see below. Jamsepticeye is a friendly competitive jam, meaning judging from other submitters will take place at the end. There may even be a cool reward for some of the best games that get submitted. Stay tuned for the theme, announced right before the jam starts. Details. Submissions, you can work by yourself or as a part of a team. Any engine is acceptable to use. Control-like guidelines, all games must be playable on at least Windows 10/11 with the mouse and keyboard. Content guidelines, game must not include, not safe for work, overly graphic or hateful content. Assets you can use, pre-made assets, or assets you have the rights to use. But don't pre-make assets for the jam. AI, use of AI is not allowed. Judging categories will include overall enjoyment, creativity, theme, and visuals. Discord, you can join the Ducky Dev Discord to chat with other jam members. Huh. Well. Yeah, I had no idea this was going on. But I think just because I'm going to join the jam, because I would absolutely love to keep my eye on that. And yeah, if the theme gets announced, and here's the thing with me for jams. My brain wants to try and start thinking about ideas, but with absolutely no idea with the jam, like with the jam theme, it's like I can't really do anything. And then I tend to just like get nervous, and then I don't ever check back. So I'm gonna join just so I can keep an eye on the theme. So as soon as the theme gets announced, I can maybe think about what we might do. Because it would be kind of fun to make another fun little game. We'll see what happens. Yeah, we'll see. I will keep an eye on that though, because yeah, that could be a lot of fun. Well, lovely. I appreciate you bringing that up to me. The same way, say some themes don't interest me much. So let's see. I should be more creative. Well, I mean, I feel like there's a difference between needing to be more creative and then just having some things just not speak to you. You know, if there's just like not anything there in your brain, like you shouldn't force yourself to try and create something. So yeah, so I think I'm just gonna keep an eye on it, and then whenever the theme gets announced, I may just kind of, you know, take a look at it and just kind of see. I'll see where my creativeness takes me, and if I feel like, ooh, this would be a really fun, just little game to make. Yeah, because what was it again? It was October 1st through October 5th. What is that? What days are those? October 1st through October 5th. That would be Wednesday. Oh, okay. So it's like the middle of this week through the rest of the week. Huh. All right. Well, yeah, I'll keep an eye on it and just kind of see what we got. Who knows? Could be fun though. But yeah, I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. And Axel says, depending on the theme, I'll make some music for you. Ooh, that would be awesome. Yeah, absolutely. If you feel like that wouldn't be too much of a time crunch, just a few days. We'll see. Yeah, and the other thing is like, will I have time? Maybe. Maybe not. If I do, though, I would absolutely love to. All right, everybody, let's get back to this and see what the freak is going on here.
Dominating.
Yeah, let's start dominating this thing. Let's get back to work. That's a better way to say this. So why? So we're saying game variables are set value. So 50 to 50. So the way the JavaScript works is you're saying set variable 50 to be 50, right? And then minus that's why. We do not want to do that. Not at all. That I don't know why I wrote that way. Okay, so basically what we want to say is basically we're saying if the player's max HP plus the modifier is less than the player's HP, then what we want to say is set the player's HP to equal to equal max HP plus that. Okay, that makes way more sense. Yeah, I'm not wanting to subtract the HP. I want it to set it to that HP. Okay, all right. That should make more sense. That should do it. Okay, let's come in here. So this should set it to 16, and we should have 16 health left. Freaking goodness. Okay, there we go. Finally. Let's see here. Axel says, my book doesn't have a deadline, and next week's song can be done later. There we go. Yeah, I'll let you know. I will let you know, Axel. Because if that starts on Wednesday, I guess we'd only have one stream. I'd probably have to do most of it off stream. I mean, maybe if I had like some dedicated time, I could try and like do an extra stream next week, and do the jam. I'll have to see. But I will let you know, and maybe we can do some work on it on the Thursday stream, and then I'll do some other work on it off stream. Yeah, it would probably have to be a very, very small game. But we'll see. It all depends on what the theme is. Because if I hear the theme, and my brain is just like, then I probably won't end up doing it. Yeah, if it's not a theme, then my brain can immediately go, that would be a lot of fun to make. Then it's like, there's not a whole lot of point. Because I don't really want to dedicate time working on something that I'm not super passionate about. So, but it would be a lot of fun. It would be a blast. Okay. So there we go. That is working. The HP is finally working on the freaking daggers. So that's good. That's good. Now, why is the vitality equal to 0? Am I not setting my stats at all in here? Generate dice, generate items, set spells. Okay. So I guess I'm not? 1061 to 1064. Setting the spell levels. Okay, so what's 1061 through 1064? 1061 is, yeah, spell slot 1 damage. And then spell 1-1 value. Oh, set spell book levels. There we go. So this is setting the actual spells. Okay, that would make sense. And then player XP max, player HP max, and then set the player's HP to equal the max HP. Turn on, always on. We don't need that. And then we can say control variables. We're going to set variables. Player's vitality, so 52 through 54. 52 through 54, set it to 1. Then player wisdom. There it is, player wisdom. I knew it was close. There we go. Yeah, so dexterity plus 1 would be 1 to a 2. Vitality minus 1 would be 1 to a 0. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, so we come over here. My vitality is now 0. My dexterity is 2. My wisdom luck is 1 and 1. 1, 1, 1, 1. That minuses 1 to vitality, adds 1 to dexterity. Cool. Happy day. Happy day. Booty Hen says the ads are taking over. Blasted ads. I always knew they'd come for us one day. I really wish that they had a slightly better way for me to like have slightly less ads while also not having to have pre-roll ads. Lovelane says, Twitch thinks I speak Spanish. Maybe it thinks you should speak Spanish. Maybe. I need the theme to match all my pre-made assets. Last jam I didn't finish because I spent 6% wrestling with making assets. Yeah, that is fair. That's not very much fun when you got like some really cool assets and you're like, this is gonna be great, and then the theme comes out and you're like, none of these work. None of these work for the theme. Not as much fun. All right, so there we go. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Cool. So yeah, we're good there. We're good there. Awesome. Now, next on the list, so something that I realized is the making the stats work, making them actually do something. So I think right now the only stat that actually does something is the dexterity stat, because when you roll the dice to run in combat, it actually takes into account your dexterity modifier, which is great. But we also now need to be taking into account your dexterity modifier for this, like your actual, the perks. So let's do that really quick. Let's come over here to the tomb. And let's see. Trap puzzle, puzzle timer, saving throw. Is that the one? Saving throw. Rolls the dice. Do. Up here, skip. Yes, so okay, cool. Yeah, so saving dice total value. So 57 and then 69. Monster's AC is 69. Nice. Okay, so what we need to do then is we need to actually check. So we got 57 and 69. So we need to have a different conditional branch. 57 and 69 are the two that we need. So in parentheses, we need to say if game variables dot value variable 57 plus, we need to then take into account the actual modifier for your dexterity. Because again, remember, we're not actually adjusting your dexterity itself. You are just taking into account this secondary variable that is then working as a modifier. So modifiers are down here. So perk stat mod, we got dexterity, so vitality, dexterity. So 662. We need to say, so 57 plus 662. We're going to say plus the game variables dot value 662. So long as 57 plus 662, so your dexterity plus your dexterity modifier are, was it greater than, less than, greater than? Failed saving throw. Okay, so if you are less than. Oh, that's right, because even if you match it and you win. So it's only if you are less than. So if you are less than, game variables dot value 69. There we go. Then we can just grab all that from there, delete that. Okay, yeah, so failed saving throw. So you're just saying if your dexterity plus your modifier is less than the monster's AC, then we're good to go. And then I believe over here in the enemies, defense should be the monster's AC, which it is. Awesome. So we can just very easily adjust any of the AC from just adjusting this defense stat here. So if we wanted something really, really difficult to be able to run away from or nearly impossible, we would just up that to like 20. And you have to either roll a nat 20 or you have to have crazy amounts of dexterity. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's that. Okay. So yeah, so we need to make... Okay, so yeah, so we need to make Vitality actually increase HP. We need to make Dexterity increase your dodge chance, which we just did. So, yeah, so Dex plus Dex mod are now considered when running. Okay, so that one is good to go. Make wisdom increase spell damage, and I cannot for the life of me remember what we were going to actually have wisdom do. If anyone remembers what the plan was for wisdom, because I don't think that we were necessarily going to have, maybe wisdom. I can't remember. I think that maybe wisdom was going to be, you had to increase your wisdom to be able to increase your spell damage. Like, basically, you couldn't upgrade a spell beyond doing, like, 7 damage if your wisdom wasn't beyond 7. But that wouldn't make any sense, because you can go up to level 60 on your spells. And your wisdom, I'm kind of thinking you're going to max out at 20. Maybe we can go above 20. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I do not remember what wisdom was going to do. Oh, well. And then making luck give you luckier draw. That one is going to be kind of a nightmare and a half, because that's going to have to be redoing the entire everything about the card draws. Okay, not everything, but a decent amount is going to have to be redone. So, what if we, so make vitality increase HP. That one should be easy enough to do. Why did I cancel? That one should be easy enough to do. Yeah, so let's do that one really quick. We're going to make it so vitality actually increases your HP. So let's come over to here. Now, how much do we want to have vitality increase your max HP? 2? So I feel like if we're going up based off of like a percentage, that's going to get crazy out of hand. So let's say, for example, let's say you can have... Hootie Hen says, my cat child is crying outside my door. Let him in! Let in the cat child. Don't let them cry outside your door. Although I would imagine that having a cat in the room would make it kind of difficult to sleep. So, if you could have... Let's just say, for example, if we were to max out vitality at 20... But you're trying to sleep? That's fair. That is fair. And if you're just increasing it by 2 each time... So only 40. You could do... But if that's the case... Because the other thing I was thinking was basically saying... If you... Yeah, I was kind of also thinking you would start with 1 stat point across the board. But if that's the case, and if your health is directly linked to your vitality, then that means you would start with 2 HP. 2 hit points. You can take 2 hits, and then you're gone. Which, like, I mean, if we were to say, hey, the monsters only do 1 damage for the very beginning, then you take 2 hits and you're gone. We could do 3 HP. We could say vitality increases your HP by 3. But then here's the thing. If we were to then say, if you could eventually go higher than 20, like let's say, for example, you could eventually reach level 50. That's a lot of HP. Because I was kind of thinking... I mean, I guess we could go into the triple digits for HP. We could. And I also want you to be able to use... Okay. So yeah, so maybe let's say this. Because I don't know how many levels we'll be able to have. I mean, we could go up to level 99 if we wanted, and that would give you 297 HP. Okay. Or if you go up to level 99, oh, not 0 times 99. We want to say 99 times 2, 198. The other thing is, I want to say with some of the buffs and debuffs, you'll be able to multiply your HP. You'll be able to do like, you know, like a 2x multiplier or something like that, which would be great. So maybe here's what we do. Let's say this. We're gonna say max HP is going to be your vitality is going to increase your max HP by 2. That just seems so small, right? Like increasing it by 2, it's like, oh cool, I put a whole stat point into vitality and I get 2 HP. Yay. So yeah, so maybe 3. I think 3 is a good number. We'll stick with 3. Each level, you get 3 HP. I think that's gonna be just fine. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's good. That should be all right. Yeah. Okay, so well, basically what we want to do then is we're going to say, how do we need to adjust this? So we need to adjust. We have a, okay, so this is just dexterity, vitality. Oh. Crap. So I just realized, if you were to eventually ever put your vitality to equal 0, and if it's directly tied to your HP would be 0. Do we have a base HP stat then? Just say your base HP is 5 or something? So you can't ever go below... Or your base HP is 1? If you have no vitality, then your HP goes down to 1? I guess we could do that. Yeah, we could do that. Sure. Something like that. Anyway, I don't know why I just picked that. We're trying to experiment with the vitality. Sure, this will be a good one. There we go. Let's see. Fairly says hello. Welcome, Fairly. Glad you're here. Welcome. Come on in. Sit on down. How's your life going? How's your weekend? I guess that's more of the question I would want to ask. Not how's your life going. I mean, I do want to ask how your life is going, but I feel like asking how your weekend is going would be a slightly easier to answer versus life in general. Anyway, how's your weekend? Hopefully it went well for you. Let's see. I let the cat in my room, and 3 came in. They just love you way too much, Hootie Hand. They're like, yes, please, let us back in. Let us love on you. Let us be happy with you, Hootie Hand. Okay, so basically the way we're gonna do this is we need to have, and let me unfull screen this so you can kind of see what's going on here. So nope, that's the overlays. We need displays, and let's unfull screen this and this. There we go. Yes. Okay. So basically, here's what we need to do. We need to adjust these numbers based on your vitality. Easy enough. I hope. Yeah. So what we can do is we can say 20 out of 20. That's the HP. So we're going to say current value is 50 plus, and then in parentheses, ooh. Oh. I also just thought of another thing we could do. We could tie this to a variable, and the variable you could then adjust. That would be way easier. Okay, we're gonna say plus based off of game variables dot value dash value. Go. Now the vitality variable is 50 something. Vitality is 52. Yep. So, yeah, so 50 plus game variables dot value 52. So if we refresh that, it should increase it by 1. Not 52. What? What? Why did that do nothing? Oh, that is the... Okay, that's the image gauge itself. Okay, yes, that makes more sense. So let's come over here to the text, and we're going to say the text is going to be that plus, in parentheses, 52, error. Oh no! Oh, that's why. That's why it's an error. There we go. I was missing the parenthesis at the end. Yes, so we're going to say, so 2, and then we're going to say times game variables dot value, and then whatever variable we want to set this to. So, do we have a blank variable that we could use here? Any old blank variable. Any old blank variable will do. Well, not that blank variable. A very specific blank variable will do. That's NPC stuff. We don't want to mess with that. Minimap icon, NPC quests and progress. Perk cards. I'm going to keep those open. Hard hovering. So let's use 674. 674 should be good. Well, yeah. We're going to say vitality, HP, mod, multiplier. There we go. Sure. Why not? So 674. 674. Yeah. Okay. So let's delete that. 674. So back over to here. We're going to say U times 674. Yes. Refresh. Here we go. Set to 0 now. It's fine. But what that means is we can then come over here to the image gauge. Nope. Actually, let's come over here back to the 20. So taking from the plus this whole thing right here. Copy. Yeah, that. Back over here to the gauge. So this is 21, and then we should be able to get rid of everything from here over. Let's paste that. 4 times. Okay, so now we just need to make sure. So we've got 1 0 1 2 1 2 1 0. Refresh. Yes. Now we also want, so this is the max HP, so this is 51 plus game variables is dot value 669. And plus, and then we're going to want in the parentheses, we got 1 2 1 2 1 0. So copy down here plus refresh. Okay, now let's come over here. Let's open up the level select spell book. We want to adjust this right here. So let's just say let's set 674 to equal 3. So it should increase your HP by 3. We don't want to adjust your current HP, though, just the max HP. Let's get something that doesn't affect the vitality at all. So 673, or 675, where are we at? 675. 675. Nope, that's, there we go. 675, 674. Okay, well, first of all, I need to adjust some things. So in here, set 674 to equal 3. But then over here at the very end, 673. Okay. So we want to say 673. Hard hovering, we can set to 0. And then don't pick up again until 675. So just jump straight over 674. And then, for some reason, I don't know why this was the case, I was putting in here a couple wrong things. So let's just, I don't know, grab you. Sure, you're fine. Whatever. I need to get rid of that flag. Oh! Wait, did I actually put 674 in here? I thought that I'd messed that up. Maybe I did do it right. 23. Okay, there we go. Sweet. 674. Okay, cool. The same thing with the text itself. 50 plus 52 times 674. Okay. Whew, so it was just resetting that variable, and that was the issue there. Absolutely fantastic. Great. Okay. So we don't actually want to show your current HP. Yeah, we do. So we just want to show your current HP. We do not want to say plus this whole thing. So as soon as I say plus this whole thing, that just falls apart. Not good. Not good. Let's get rid of that. Refresh. You're down to 20. And then same thing here with the 20. We want to say this is just 50. Don't want 50 plus this whole thing. I don't know why. I don't know why I was thinking we would put that in there. Refresh. Okay, there we go. But what we want to do first is before you come into the tomb. So we're saying the player's HP. So set player HP base set to. We want to set that afterwards though. So at the very end, once you have all of this fun stuff, we want to say player HP equals player HP max. Oh, how are we gonna do that? How are we gonna do that? Cats are out of control. You just gotta tell them to behave. Axel says 50% gameplay goes hard. Wait, what? What are you talking about, Axel? So how are we wanting to actually adjust the player's current HP? There's one thing to just show the HP. It's another thing to actually set the HP. Cats don't behave, they do what they want. Oh, I know. The one cat that we have, and she is an absolute demon. She is crazy. The game was on pie halfway on the screen. Oh, that's my bad. I forgot that I unfull screened it on here, and so I was like adjusting things, and yeah, not great. That's my bad. I'll do better next time, I swear. Here's the thing, like I unfull screened it so you could see more of what I was doing, and then I just completely forgot to even move the screen over into the area there where you can actually see what's going on. So good times there. Good times. Okay. So we want to say oh, wait. We're not even adjusting the player's max HP based off of that. Oh, crap. I mean, we kind of are. We kind of are, but kind of aren't. Okay. Yeah, when is going to be the best time to actually take care of this? We want to set the player's max HP, right? And then we want to set the vitality HP mod multiplier to equal 3. That has nothing to do with any of that. We're setting the player's vitality to equal 1. And then we want to say the max HP is 20 plus... Oh, jeez. Okay, all right. So maybe we don't actually want to show... Yeah, we don't actually want to adjust that. So, because right now, so basically the way that it's working is kind of like I was showing halfway on the screen. I was showing it to where, you know, if you were, you know, let's say we're just select this, whatever, it is currently showing this number right here. It is adjusting these things just visually. Nothing on the back end is actually changing here. So if we were to come over here and we were to pull up the player's HP, so right here it's 20, player's HP max is still just 20. It is just 20, even though this bar is showing that you can have up to 23. That's because it's just showing it based off of your vitality. So, how do we want to do this? There's a lot of different things that are changing your vitality at any given time. Like when you level up, it will increase your vitality, but that's a permanent thing. Level up is permanent. The the mods over here, though, are not permanent. So we don't want these to show based off of what you have over here. Because as soon as you leave the tomb, like if you die or you just leave willingly, they go away and this will then come back down. Okay. So I think what we do need to do is we need to say so we do actually need to make a couple more changes here. Yes. Yes. So we're not actually done with this HP bar here. So we do actually want this to just show the current value, just show the raw data. That's what we need, is the raw data there. Then what we need to do is set the max, show the max value to equal 51, which is the base max player HP. So 51 plus game variables value 669, which is the modifier for the vitality. That's what we want. And then we want to say crap. And then 52 is the actual vitality times 674. Okay, so oh jeez. Okay, so actually what we need to do is we need to have this in here. With this, we're saying plus game variables 669 plus game variables 52. So that would be your base vitality plus your modified vitality times 674, which is how much is going to be increasing per vitality point you have, which is set to 3. Okay. So if we refresh that, balls. That's no. Oh, there's an error. Okay, that's why. Oh, that's why. We need another parenthesis. There we go. That's what we want to see. Okay, so now if we were to come over here and we were to refresh this, let's get a perk that increases my vitality. Do I have anything that increases vitality? I don't know if I do. Oh, that's not helpful. So that decreases vitality. That decreases my HP. Max HP goes up. That's just a solid value. Wisdom. Yeah, I don't think I have a item that actually increases. Oh well, that's fine. So basically what we can do is we can just grab the Nyx Hat of Divine Wisdom. So Wisdom goes up, Geo goes down. So my HP is currently, it should be 23, because I just have 1 vitality, so it should just be 23, which it is, 23 right there. Awesome. So now, if we were to come over here, and we were to say F9, and then let's increase 670 whatever. So this is the perk card selected. Okay, there we go. So we're going to say vitality for the perks is +1. Ooh, that's not good. Wait, what is that? 661. 23. So you are 51 plus 669. What is 669? What is 669 is perk stat mod HP. Okay, I forgot about that. That is my bad. That is my bad. Okay, so what we want to do is actually have, so we want to have game variables value 51 plus game variables value 669 plus, and then in parentheses, we want to have wait, was that it within its own parentheses? So we got game variables value 51, because that is the solid value. So 51, that is the base stat. And then plus game variables value 669. So that is if you're increasing your HP by a set value, not necessarily like a percentage or a stat point. And then in parentheses, we want to say plus game variables value 52. And then plus game variables value. What was it? 661? Error. Okay. We just need another parenthesis. Crap. Nope. There's too many parentheses now. Ah, there we go. then 20 out of 24. So 661. Is that what I have in here, or did I do 662? So I need to have this in parentheses. Jeez. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's going to be all right. So we're basically taking this value, so 52 plus 661. Now, is 52 actually what we want? So 26. 52, I believe, is what we would want, right? 52? See, 52 is player's vitality. Yes, okay. So we are saying this bar is going to equal the player's base stat, base HP stat, plus the modifier, not the modifier, plus the perk modifier, so just the flat level perk modifier, and then in parentheses we're saying plus the player's vitality, plus the perk vitality, times whatever the variable is that is setting the amount that is actually multiplying by, which is 3, but we could increase that to whatever we wanted. So if we come over here, so instead of saying you're increasing it by 3, we could say you're increasing this by 33, and so every single vitality point you have, it will increase it by 33 HP. So if we're to come over here and say, sure, this one, my max HP is really high. I don't know, that almost sounded like Mario there for a second. I'm happy when things actually kind of start working together. Oh, okay, cool. Now we need to actually figure out what are we going to do for setting the player's HP to equal the player's max HP plus all the modifications. Should be easy enough, actually. I think we just come in here because we had this already set up in here. So come over here, and I know you're not gonna be able to see it because I have full screened it again, so I don't accidentally not show you the game. But basically, what I'm doing is I'm opening up the HUD maker and I'm grabbing the JavaScript line for the max value on the gauge itself here. So then what we can do is we can say over here, instead of just setting the variable HP to equal the player's max HP, we can say game variables dot, we need to set value. What is the value? 50. So we need to say game variables dot set value of variable 50 to equal, let's grab that, throw that at the end. So 50 is going to equal yes. Okay, so 50 is just going to equal 51 plus 669 plus 52 plus 661 times 674. I think that's what we want. Let's take a look and find out. Let's see what's going on here. Go. Okay, that's not what we want. That is not what we want. Oh! Because I'm only doing it on the first card. I need to freaking stop doing that. Oh, wait. No. 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 This is not on a card at all. Game variables dot set value 50. Player HP max. We're setting it to 20. So we've got 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2. Nope. Balls. Okay, so we've got, so I'm counting parentheses right now just to make sure we actually have the amount that we need. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. But are these actually in the correct spots? I think that's the problem, is we need to actually have this, I believe, in a parenthesis, because we need this as a full formula itself, which I think is what the issue is currently being. We want that, yeah, we want that to be a full formula, right? Still not right. Okay, yeah, the player's HP is still just being set to 20. Yeah, that is not right. That is not right at all. I mean, at this point, it should have everything that it needs, right? I think. Booty Hen says Minecraft Java is fun. It is fun. It is a lot of fun. Tomorrow will be the first time Gooblet goes to the vet. Oh, that's very exciting. I'm hoping it's just a checkup, right? Just a regular checkup, right? Nothing bad. Fingers crossed. The cats are knocking at my door. They just want to cuddle. They just want to cuddle. That's all. That's all. Okay, so we're saying game variables dot set value of 50. I mean, I feel like we need to have this in parentheses, right? We're saying set it to 51 plus 669. So 51 is the max HP, plus 669 is the modifier, plus wait. What if instead we take this, and then right here at the very end, right before it's about to teleport us, this is where we actually need to have it set the HP. I think that's actually where we need to put it. Maybe. Let's just grab this. Ooh! Ooh! There we go. There we go. 53 health. Thank freaking goodness. Nice 53 health right there. Okay, yeah, there we go. So then I should be able to come back over here, and if we were to say, just set this to be 3, not 33, now we should be able to here, and we'll just grab every single one, reduces my vitality. I mean, this will be a good way to test and see. There we go, 20 HP, cool. But if we get something that doesn't affect my vitality, like one of these 6 daggers, then we should be at 23 health. Why? Why? Why are we at 19? 19 max HP. That makes no sense. Absolutely no sense at all. Yeah, no, that makes no sense at all. Oh, man, I don't know. 33 is bigger, but not better than 3. Game math is always right. Trust the math. No, it's not right. I don't know. I don't understand. Didn't you lose a vitality? I didn't think so. So this one, so wisdom +1, geo damage -1. Did I actually lose a vitality? Oh! I didn't lose vitality. Fairly, you are correct. I didn't lose vitality. I picked Axel's Daggers of Damage, which reduces my max HP by 4. So, when I select this, it is then saying, okay, so my base HP is 20, and then my vitality is 1, so it increases it to 23, but then the Daggers of Damage reduce the HP by 4, so then that puts it down to 19. So, you are correct in that was my bad. I chose the Daggers of Damage, which reduces my max HP by 4. So it was correct. I am so glad you said something though, Fairly, because I was about to freaking... I was like, what is happening? Where did I go wrong in my calculations? But I didn't go wrong in my calculations. I was just an idiot and picked a perk that reduces my max HP Oh my goodness, that was an absolute nightmare. That was fun. Hootie Hen says, I recommend thinking that the math is right and try to make the math perfect. That is a great point. The math is correct. I was just the idiot here. Dazu says, hi everyone, how's it going? It is going absolutely fantastic, Dazu. How you doing? What?
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. This wouldn't have happened with Axel's cheese wedge.
It's a good point, Axel. That definitely would not have happened with Axel's cheese wedge. Oh, man. Fairly says, heck yeah. Also, Inbound Shovel commented on my video. Wait, what? That is awesome, Fairly. Congratulations. Was it a recent video or one from a bit ago? That is super awesome. If you want to link that video, I would love to see where the comment is. Yeah, that's awesome, Fairly. Congratulations. That is a large content creator to be leaving comments on your videos. So very well done. Very nice. I can only hope that one day someone like Inbound Shovel will see my videos. Maybe one day. Okay, so that should all be working correctly now. My latest one, he mentions liking the original Jellyfields devlogs. Hey, there you go. Well, yeah, that would make sense given his recent video that he just posted about devlog stuff. So, yeah, very nice. That is awesome. Well, I'm gonna have to go take a look again. Yeah, that is super awesome. Hey. Well, I feel like there's something more that I needed to do, but now I don't know. Because, I mean, there is technically more with the vitality that we will need to do, but it's just, so we'll need to do it on the level up screen, which that one we need to do anyway, like we need to incorporate. The actual getting harmed by monsters should all still work just fine. It's like if I bust, thank you. Is that right? I guess, yeah, that looks right. So we did 1 damage, and now he's gonna do 1 more if he hits me. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, cool. For you. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. So, that is that. Happy day. Wow. Now, like, I told myself silently in my head, I'm like, all right, now I can take him out. And he is just getting crazy lucky draws after crazy lucky draws. Good freaking heavens. Die, you seething gargoyle. What is with this guy? Thank you. Jeez. I will say, though, being able to do double damage is crazy. I think I may have to actually adjust because yeah, all damage +1 and then max HP -4. A little unbalanced, actually, now that I see it and can actually kind of play with it. That is quite unbalanced. So yeah, that's crazy. I can take this guy down in almost 1 turn. Oh my god. Sheesh. I mean, it's fun. It's great. I'm not gonna lie. That feels good. But okay, cool. Well, I think at that point the vitality should be in place correctly, because now all I have to do is, if you ever level up, if you ever heal yourself, whatever it may be, I would just take basically this exact same equation right here, where it's setting the player's HP, the current HP, based on max HP and all that fun stuff. So anytime there's like a level up process, we will just go through that, and then we should be good to go. Now, the only thing here is I don't want this to happen every single time you go through here, because, well, that's just not... Okay, so let's do this. Let's set here. So we're going to do comment, and that's going to be setting player HP to max HP plus vitality plus vitality mod. Yeah. Yeah, so we don't want it right there, because that would basically heal the player every time you go from floor to floor. And we don't want that. So I think where we need to put this instead is after you pick the card, right before you turn that on, we're going to do that. Do that. No. No. No, we do not want to do that. Because if we were to do that, then again, every time you pick a perk card, it will just freaking heal you. Okay, we don't want to do that. What we want to do is instead, down over here at the very end, we only want to do this the one time, right? All we want to do. So what we're going to say is we're going to, what if level select choice is equal to 1? So if floor is greater than or equal to 1. I think we're setting the floor to equal 1, right? Or is that just happening in here? So floor number is 72. $72 is still equal to 0. Now you're... Okay, so what we need to do then is come in here, and then we're just going to say missional branch if floor number, so 72, if 72 is equal to 0, set the HP. There we go. So just as the once, when you're fresh, brand new, set the player's HP. Let's do wisdom. Sure. Go. There we go. Okay, awesome. Happy freaking day. Okay, so that's good to go. So let's come over here and we will mark the subtask off the list. So we're gonna say, yeah. So vitality. And vitality mod increase HP. Yeah. Cool. We will just have to manually, handle all of that anytime you level up or change your vitality in any way, shape, or form. But I think that should be okay. We'll have to figure it out. Once we cross that bridge, we'll figure out how we want to handle all. Okay. So, wisdom and luck, those are going to be two very large tasks. We're not going to take care of those right now. So, tightening up the floor transfer. I think right now, I think it is what it is. I don't think I'm really going to do anything else with it. Let's see. Room 12. Ow. Let's get a slightly better spawn there. Okay. All right. Fair enough. We'll reduce our HP, but be able to do double damage. Go to room 24. Of course. So let me go over. Let me go over. Oh my god. Crap. What was that? You got a 21. Cool. So if I run, it says I need a 1. Why do I only need 1? That's odd. Is it like that for all of them or just him? Oh no. Okay. I know you probably didn't notice what just happened there, but there was a bug. If a monster has a blackjack and the player leaves combat, the next monster attacks instantly, regardless of card value. Yeah. That was fun. Anyway, so if I try to run from this guy, what happened? Will it also say I need a 1? A 10. Okay. So I think I just messed up. Oh yeah, I also have the 2 decks. That's cool. Hey, what's up, armed rancid corpse? 10, a 2, plus 1. Take damage. Okay, cool. So if we submit a blood sacrifice and then we go through the portal, it should just do the animation and then takes me here. I think that's fine for now. It doesn't need to be anything crazy. I mean, maybe I'll be thinking about what else we could do to like beautify that whole thing. But yeah, as of right now, with not knowing how I want to actually have it be you moving from floor to floor, I think we're gonna leave it like that. I think that should be fine. Let's see. Fairly says, working on my new devlog script at the moment. It's really neat. I'm excited to see it. Yeah, I need to make sure that I'm writing down more scripts on when I'm making my devlogs, because I mean, I haven't made a devlog in a very long time. I need to actually get on that and do some devlogs. But yeah, my first, I guess I've only had like 6 or 7 devlogs. I did not have a script, and it was kind of rambling and jumbled. You know, just like Inbound Shovel said they would be. But I have started writing down a script for my JavaScript tutorial series, and that has helped immensely. And crazy how much it's helped. Have you considered making that equation a function so you can just call it instead of rewriting it multiple times? I probably could do something like that. I probably should do something like that. But as of now, I'm trying to think through. So if oh, wait a minute. I need to check on this really quick. What if I get a second perk? So all damage plus 1 and then max HP minus 4, so 16 to 12. But actually, okay, so my max HP actually went down to 12 and my damage is actually 3. No. Oh dear. Anyway, yes, so fairly, I do think I'm gonna need, I probably will make it more of an equation that I can call on anywhere in the game. So basically, so in RPG Maker, they have this thing called common events, and they're basically events that can just be called on anywhere on any map. So I probably will do that. I'll make it so I can actually call on it from anywhere. So yeah, because anytime that I do increase my HP, I am going to, well, okay, so it's not every time I increase my HP, but sometimes when I increase my HP, so probably on level ups, I'm going to want to heal the player. Probably when you get new vitality or health modifiers, I don't think I want to heal the player for that. I think I just want to increase the max HP, because then at that point, the player then has to decide between, because some of these will just do temporary healing, like not temporary, but like it'll heal your HP, so it's like temporary, right? It's not like you're like a max HP boost. It'll just be a healing potion or something like that. Like, let's say, for example, in here, like this right here will probably be some kind of healing potion that I could drag and drop on the player and then be able to actually consume it and heal myself. And so at that point, I wouldn't necessarily need to call the same equation. It would be a different one. So I would be increasing the HP, but by a set amount, and then stopping if it goes above max HP based on the vitality and the modifying stats. Yeah. Anyway, so I probably will do that eventually, but for now, it may be different from time to time. And at that point, we'll just, you know, take care of that when it happens. Let's see. Dazu says +1 all damage, but only if you play on a Tuesday. Something like that. I could do something like that. I could have it check the player's system time, and if it's not a Tuesday, then it doesn't do it. Specifically from 4 a.m. to 4:13 a.m. I'll just make like some weird Easter egg where if you play the game between the hours of, yeah, like 4 a.m. to like 4:30 a.m., just like all of your stats are just like quadrupled, and so you can just like blow through at crazy amounts. I think that's a great idea. I should do that. Just some weird random Easter egg. Let's see. Mathra says, "Sup, Dorcas, Maximus, and everyone in chat. How are y'all doing tonight?" Well, Mathra, I'm doing absolutely fantastic. How you doing? Oh, sweet 3 minutes. Sweet 3 minutes indeed. Fairly says, I hadn't scripted any of my biggest devlogs aside from the intro. Yeah, and that's, so... Alright. I like Inbound Shovel. He's an absolutely fantastic person. Great content creator, great developer, absolutely fantastic. I know that based off of his, like, what he was saying in his video is based off of what he's made and what he can see so far. I will say my top videos are probably all unscripted, because most of the content on my channel is unscripted. There's very little that has actually been scripted, and that's been a like the most recent JavaScript tutorial and a few shorts. Like that's about it. Everything else, especially my highest performing videos and shorts, have basically all been unscripted. So, but yeah, not to discount what he was saying, because here's the thing. Let me come over here. So content, so videos. So yeah, so my top watched videos. So this first one, so RPG Maker Hack Tutorial Episode 1, zero script. I had like a rough idea of where I was gonna go. Zero script. It's my top watched video. Nothing crazy. It's 1,200 views. Like, obviously, I'm a smaller channel, so like, it's not really going to be anything crazy. My Tomb of Vercilias devlog 1, obviously, that's like one of my oldest videos, and so of course, it's had more time to generate views. But again, like completely unscripted. I just had the general idea of like, this is what I worked on. Same thing with devlog 3, devlog 6, creating a dungeon pipeline. So yeah, so unscripted. This one was scripted. It's got 500 views. So that was kind of scripted. Unscripted. So, but to be fair, I don't have a whole lot of data to show actually scripted content. So maybe if I script more of my content, maybe it will be better. But same thing with my shorts. You know, it's like if I were to come in here, it's like my top short, struggling with RPG Maker to make my indie game. This one is more getting views because it's apparently controversial. I've had a lot of people comment on it and just be like, well, then don't use RPG Maker, or, oh, you're just complaining to complain, or whatever it may be, which I'm like, I didn't feel like that was the case at the time that I made it, but oh well. But yeah, so, I mean, yeah, unscripted, very unscripted. What?
Dazu just turned their way into the credits of Tomb of Vercilias.
Congratulations, Dazu. Congratulations. Very well done. Let's get over here, and we'll pull this up really quick. Let's see here. Let us see. Let's get you in here. Wait a minute, just making sure. There's been a handful of people that have done it multiple times, so I just want to make sure. Okay, we're good. Yeah, Dazu, let me know if you would like me to change how your name is for the credits. But as of right now, we will do D-A-Z-Z-U-U-U. Right? Yeah. Let me know if you want that change, though, and I can make that adjustment for you. But for now, congratulations. Well done. You are definitely going to be in the credits now. And yeah, there we go. But again, if you would like it changed, if you don't want it to be your username, if you want it to be your real name, if you want to change the spelling, the punctuation, or anything like that, let me know and we can do that. But yeah, should be good. Did it say Tomb of Vercilias? I hope not. If it did, that's a problem. It shouldn't have, though. It should not have. If it did, that probably means someone else changed it. So I hope that's not the case. Okay, let's see here. I'm just gonna. There we go. Anyway, yeah. So I don't think it should have said silliest. But now you've got me worried that it is going to be. Let's see. Small but Rock Solid says, "How does YouTube Shorts pay in relation to long form? Do you need more views?" Also, hi. Welcome. Glad you're here. In terms of how YouTube Shorts pays in relation to long form. Axel
_Benedict just turned their way into the credits of Tomb of Vercilias.
But hold up, did you actually? It's bad that I feel like I can't trust you. I'm just kidding. I trust you. Congratulations, Axel. Well done. Well done. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I believe you had redeemed it. I think this is your third time, but then you gifted it to somebody else. So, Axel, I am going to grab your name from there, and we are going to throw you right here, and we're going to say X2. Very well done. Very well done, Axel. Congratulations. Wait, what do you mean, oops? What happened? One U in the name, please. All right. I will get rid of the other two U's. There we go. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. What are you saying, Axel? I'm gonna refund this. It's just for a test. Oh. I am so sorry. I am so sorry, Axel. That was my bad. I should have read more of the chats. You just got me so excited with the redemption. I am so sorry, Axel. Crap. Well, you're in the VIP section now, Axel. Congratulations. That is my bad. I am so sorry. We'll figure something out. We'll figure something out. I'll build the mana up eventually. That's true. That's true. You will build it up. It'll happen. It'll happen. Yeah, that is my bad. I am so sorry. Oh my gosh. That's my bad. I should have, because like, here's the thing. I even questioned it. I was like, wait, but did he actually mean to or want to? And I should have just read the chats. Yeah, that's my bad. That is my bad. Hootie Hand, you're still awake? Hello, Hootie Hand. Glad you're still awake. Okay, but yeah, so small but rock solid. Yes, to answer your question, it does not pay very well compared to long form content. I mean, to be fair, I don't make a whole lot of money from YouTube stuff anyway. Like, I think I've been monetized now for like 3 months, and I'm still yet to receive my first payout. Because you have to get at least $100. Like, you have to hit like the $100 threshold to be able to get your payout. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I got monetized in July. I think it was like beginning of July. So it was like, yeah, so July, August, and September. Yeah, so it's been like 3 months, and I still have yet to make my first $100. So it is a very slow process. But just for like full transparency, because I got nothing to hide. Let's say, for example, my highest performing short. It's got just under 200,000 views. If we come over to analytics, so yeah, so 191,000 views. It's gotten me 115 subscribers, and it has made me $15. So there we go. Yeah, it's gotten somewhere, somehow. I don't know. Engagement? Holy smokes! 481 hours in this one short. Wow. That's way more than I thought it would be. But anyway, again, that is like my highest performing one, though. If we were to go just based off of, so if we go based off of published date, so my last decent performing one, we'll go with input numbers in JavaScript. So it's got 6,000 views. We come over here, it has made me 90 cents. So, yeah.
Thanks for the follow, Black Oxytocin.
Black Oxytocin, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome. Glad you're here. But anyway, yeah, so small but rock solid. It is the shorts. I mean, again, I'm a smaller channel, so it's not like I'm making bank on anything like that. Even if I go to videos, like let's go to well, we'll do my best RPG Maker hacked video, which is 1,200 views, a whole whopping 1,200. This has made me $1.60. So, you know, it's it's a couple bucks here and there. But again, I mean, as a small content creator, you can't really be doing this for the money because you're not really making much money. But I mean, it's like that just enough. It's like a few pennies where you're like, I want to keep going just in case. Who knows? So anyway, hopefully that answers your question. Yeah, the short form, so long as it can actually go and take off and do well, then it does fine. You know, like, I mean, squishy, uppy. I mean, that did 17K views and made me $1.70. So, yes, you do have to get way more views. I guess this is relatively comparable. So yeah, so this got 17,000 views, and it made $1.77. So yeah, so it's about, what would that be? Like a penny per 1,000 views? Oh my gosh. Whew. Yeah, it's roughly equates to about a penny per 1,000 views. Good times. Good times. Anyway, so that's that. And again, I don't know if that changes, like, for larger content creators. If that's the case, that's crazy. If it's a penny per 1,000 views, and you get some people that are getting, like, millions of views per short. Oh my gosh. I want to get 1 million views on a short sometime, and we'll experiment. Little experiment there. I'm not doing well, though, when it comes to my most recent short. Wow, people hated this thing. 73.9% like to dislike ratio. Well, I'll have to do better next time. Anyway, well, let's see here. $15 for all those views. I know, it's crazy. Let's see, yeah, my largest long form has 70k views, and I got like $25. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, and I know that it's like, it's going to be completely different between short form and long form, and probably even between content creator. Because it all depends on like, probably how monetizable your channel is, how monetizable your audience is. So, yeah, it's going to vary from channel to channel. Rayleigh says, ad revenue depends on watch time and niche. Yeah, that's true. Game dev, because also, sorry, just really quick before your next comment, it also is going to, take into consideration how much of the video people watched as well. Probably less so with shorts, like especially for long form videos. If someone's only watching, 5% of your video, you're probably not going to get much ad revenue from it. So that probably also factors into it as well. Game dev specifically pays really low because there's not many advertisers. Yeah, probably the worst place for me to have tried to jump in. Like, not only is it, I don't want to say it's a saturated market, but I feel like we've basically capped for the amount of people who want to watch game dev content, and for how many big content creators there are that are already doing game dev content. I almost feel like it's kind of a tapped market where it's you've got like the top 5 to 10 creators that do it, and then everybody else down below, unless you just get super lucky. So, my 600k long form 9-minute Nintendo video made 1.8k, which is way more than a game dev video would make. Yeah, that's true. I mean, to be fair, 600,000 views, that is crazy. That's also a decent, that's a decent chunk of cash. Not bad, Fairly. Not bad. You inspire me. I need to keep going. I need to keep doing stuff, keep making more content. Yeah, that affects the algorithm too. Yeah. Oh well. We'll see. Maybe one of these days I can make it a thing. Or maybe I'll just need to branch out to something else. By the way, a video that I didn't put any planning into, just started recording. See? There you go. Sometimes it works out well. Other times not really. Just got really, really lucky. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's how I felt with one of my original best performing shorts. I felt like I had just gotten super lucky. So if I come over here, it was my the 10.4 million D20s video. This was my first short that ever crossed the like 10k views, and I was like, oh my gosh, like this is amazing. Which is funny because when I originally uploaded it, so let's come back to, I can't really do that. Anyway, it's kind of hard to tell. So I uploaded it January 16th, right? And then it was, so typical within the first 24 hours, I was getting about 300 to 400 views. That's basically how all my shorts up to this point had done, like around 5 to maybe 600 views ish. So the first 24 hours didn't do anything crazy. It was relative. Okay, not first 24 hours. It was like the first like 20 hours. It was about on par. It was like right around 500 views. It's like, all right, whatever. And then I looked at it a couple hours later, and it was then sitting around, a couple thousand views. I was like, oh my gosh. And the next day, it was like 10,000 views. And the day after that, it was like, it's 18,000 views. I was like, oh my gosh, like this is amazing. And then it like kind of started petering out, but it hit that 20k, and I was just like, oh my god, this is amazing, absolutely incredible. And I was super happy because again, like this was back when, I uploaded this, January 16th. So I think I had just started doing content creation like 3 weeks prior to this. And of course, at that point in time, I was uploading a short like every single day. So it was like only a few weeks, and each video was only getting like a few hundred views. And then that one blew up, and I was like, oh, this is amazing. I was very happy. Yeah. And now this one, I am so sad that this is the one that's blowing up, because it's like me being very negative. And it also took a very long time for it to actually blow up, because it went very average for the first while. Yeah, March 23rd to April 23rd, it had gotten 2,900 views, and I was like, all right, whatever. And then it just, the algorithm is weird. It's weird stuff. So for anyone who's wanting to get into content creation in any way, shape, or form, just know, the algorithm, completely random. You never know what the freak is gonna do. Sometimes your video that you put hundreds of hours into, okay, maybe not hundreds of hours, but dozens of hours into to make it just right and as great as possible is just gonna do terrible. And then other times you can just be like, nah, yeah, throw that out there, see what happens, and then it could be the one that gets picked up. Who knows? Who knows? So, all I can say is if you're gonna try and get into content creation, just be consistent and then don't have any expectations. Just do it because you enjoy it, and if something happens, great. If not, at least you were doing what you enjoyed. Yeah. Apparently says just view YouTube as a sea of fish, and every video you make is a cast in the net. Regardless of how big or small the net is, video relevance, thumbnail, title, there's still a chance of no or none fish. More videos equals more throws the net. Exactly. That's fairly... I feel like every time I say something, I then look back at your comment, and you said it in a better way before I even said it. Great minds. But yeah, basically, yeah, it's, you never really know. You never really know, so just, so long as you keep throwing that net out there, eventually, something's got to bite, right? Statistically, it just may take some time. Another banger by Moonwood Games. Thank you, Dazu. I appreciate that. Say my 70k view long form is about PoE2 mechanic called acrobatics, and this was right after early access came out, and a bunch of people kept commenting and discussing on the topic. But I'm not a PoE2 streamer or no creator, so I got lucky. Yeah, that's fair. And yeah, it's... And you never know, because that's the thing, is like, as soon as a dialogue starts, that's when the algorithm starts picking it up, which is probably why my top watch short is the way that it is because it's kind of... It's not really controversial, but it kind of turned into being controversial. Like, it's literally me just being like, oh, don't use RPG Maker to make a game like this. Don't do it. It's a bad idea. And that's, like, literally all the video is. And then it's a whole bunch of people coming in and being like, well, it's not that bad. Like, you could do this with it. And then other people respond. They're like, well, yeah, but if you're going to do this thing with it, you could use this other engine. Oh, that engine sucks. You should use this. And I'm just like, do whatever you get. Like, just keep talking, people. Because the more comments, more the algorithm loves it. $15 for 190k views short are bad. Holy crap. It is a little bit rough. More often than not, chasing a good video will often end up being your least entertaining one. Just make cool stuff. The amount of times that has happened where I put in way extra effort and I've been like, this is going to be the one. This is going to be the one that's going to take off. It's going to get hundreds of thousands of views and it's going to be great because I spent so much time making it just perfect. And then I upload it and it gets like 1,000 views and I'm like, oh. All right, never mind. Let's see. JTS over on YouTube says, hey, it started a conversation. Exactly. Yeah, so long as you can spark a conversation, then there you go. That's the ultimate goal, is to get people to start interacting with it. You know, whether that's up votes, down votes, comments, whether they be good or bad. A comment is a comment. And, I mean, for now, I'm sure eventually it'll get to this point. But for now, YouTube just sees a comment as a comment. They don't care if it's good or bad. They're just like, you commented. Cool. We're going to keep showing you this stuff, and we're going to show it to more people. I'm sure eventually they will have AI that's going through every single comment, and it'll be like, oh, this is a negative comment. Consider it a bad thing. Don't promote this video. But for now, I think we're safe for now. True generating comments / controversy is great. Top YouTubers are great on this. Clickbait, drama, topics. Yeah, and see, that's the thing is, I wasn't trying to like create clickbait or drama, but that's just what it turned into. So now I'm like, do I do RPG Maker drama? I'm sure that is just a market ready to be tapped. RPG Maker drama content. Let's make it happen. RPG Maker drama content. Gonna be the next big thing. It said 80% don't skip or something. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. In the first second. True. Maybe I should make a video reacting to Moonwood Games video and say why I think RPG Maker sucks. You should do it. Like, this guy does not know what he's talking about. But also at the same time, it's terrible. But it happens. It does happen. All right, everybody. Well, okay, let's see what else we got. So, make stats work, level up screen, tighten with a floor transfer, add more monsters, add a perk card, Bryant's Dagger, the next 3 blackjacks on non-boss enemies instantly when fight. Add a perk card, Matador's Fists of Belligerence. +3 to all damage. So, brass knuckles or an old bottle of booze. So, now that I've had a little bit more time to look at the daggers, I worry about doing +3 to all damage. I almost feel like it's going to be a little bit too OP. So maybe we do Mathra's Fists of Belligerence, and it does like plus, I don't know, like +3 to Geo damage, because Geo, rocks, earth. I almost feel like that could fit into like Belligerence, right? Mathra, would you be all right with that? If you're still here. Moon, I cracked the code on tapping into drama with game dev for views in a positive way. Just make periodic videos about a thing you really struggled with. If you go to my channel, look at my popular uploads, I get a ton of views because I hate drawing trees. Ooh. I should do that. I should. I mean, it seems to have worked out with the other short that I did. That is why I had designed it so it also have a heavy drawback, like chance to hurt self. Yeah, well, I guess that's true. So the chance to hurt self, that one's going to be a bit, I mean, it's well, okay, anything's possible. I'm trying to think of like the most efficient way to do something like that, to have it hurt yourself. Yeah, I wonder how easy that would actually be to have it actually hurt the player occasionally. Because that would be cool. Maybe. What if the belligerence was periodically you drew cards twice, which gives a high chance of busting? Ooh. That would actually be kind of funny. Just the occasional belligerence and you draw 2. What do you think about that, Mathra? I mean, we could also stick with, because we got +3 damage, and then the negative effect. Yeah, so it could be chance to hurt self, or drawing double sometimes. Buff items in game like this that give big benefits normally are rare or give just as heavy a buff as it is a hindrance. True. And that's why it's like, you know, we could do something like this where it's like it does give a pretty big boost, which, you know, +3 to damage would be a pretty big boost. And so yeah, so it definitely would need something like a chance to hurt yourself or drawing double sometimes. Any sort of drawback that can mess you up works. Okay. The buff is so massive, you would need a massive nerf to offset it. True. Yeah, and that's like, there's going to be a lot of balancing that comes into play down the road. Bowser says, makes enemies take damage only by 21s. Oh, gosh. That would be... Ooh. You have to draw blackjacks to be able to do damage. That would be crazy. That might be a little bit too much. Maybe just a little bit too much. You'd have to be like, okay, +50 to all damage for something like that. Chance to hurt self, but then drawing double something. I almost feel like we could probably... Or... Oh, Mathra, what do we got? What do we got, Mathra? Let's see. Fairly says you should have a card that does insane damage, but you can only do 21. You can only do 21. That's a crazy idea. Yeah. Let's see. Dazu says, but I would be screaming at the screen all the time, so please don't. Yeah, that would be extremely frustrating. Or rather than +3 damage, it makes 21s do triple damage. Oh. Okay. All right. We can do that. That could work. Yeah, that could absolutely work. All right, well, there we go. Yeah. So we're going to say, so blackjack. So I used to have an acronym that instead of typing blackjack, and then I realized it wasn't good. I don't know if anyone can see that. They might be too small on the screen. We're just going to type out blackjack instead of the acronym that I tried. Crit build logic. Exactly. Yeah. And that's the thing is I want, because here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. If I was just the only one coming in here, making the buffs and the debuffs, creating the perk cards and things like that, I would create these perk cards based on the types of builds that I normally do in games. And I know that I need to have more than that. I need to have different types of builds that people can be working towards that are things that I maybe won't do. It's like, here's the thing. For me, crit builds are not usually one that I would follow. But I know there's people out there that would love to do a crit build where they can increase the amount of blackjack damage, which is basically a critical hit. And yeah, yes, that would be absolutely fantastic. Would you have a card that sometimes you start the battle with 21? I could do that as well, yeah. Like a cheap shot. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Oh, like some kind of like a scope. That could be fun. Trying to think of like a type of item that it could work in this kind of like fantasy universe. So maybe not a scope, but like something like that. Yeah, something like that. I love crit builds. I also love turtle thorn builds. And I feel like I need to get something like that as well. Because we do... Oh, that's actually another perk I feel like we should probably do. Where it's like anytime the enemy attacks the player, the enemy takes X number of damage. Item where you can't bust, but you also can't get to 21. I'm not sure if there's a massive downside to that, though. I mean, the downside would be you can't ever get a blackjack, but you're also not able to bust. Yeah. But I do like this one, though. So yeah, so blackjack X3, X3 damage. Damage, not damage. Nick says, hello, what's happening? Hello, Nick. Welcome, glad you're here. We are working on some perk cards. And we're getting a whole bunch of ideas thrown out there, and I need to actually get all these done. So, yeah, so brass knuckles, or an old booze bottle, blackjack, X3 damage, and then probably... Yeah, I think what we're going to do... Chance to hurt self. I think we're going to reserve that for another one. So I think we're going to do... So the positive on this one is blackjack, X3 damage, and then the downside is you sometimes double... draw cards. I think we're gonna say something like I don't know what we could do. What we could do. What could we do? Is like 5% chance to double draw. Is that too low? 5% chance? Double draw? Maybe. Fairly says if you wanted to make a crazy card in the future, you could have one that makes the window for blackjacks larger. You can do that as well. Another one that I was kind of thinking, kind of like in the same realm of like window, was being able to see what the next card is. The big downside to that is it would make items like my fists pointless. Oh, well, yeah, I guess that's true. That would need playtesting. True. Yeah, that would need a lot of playtesting to try and get something like that quite right. So blackjack, 3x damage, and then like a 5% chance to double draw. I feel like a 5% is probably enough. So here's the thing. Blackjacks, I honestly don't know what the percentage is. If someone who likes math wants to do with the calculations on this, take into consideration a single deck of cards, so just 52 cards. What is the percentage chance of getting a blackjack? Like, how often would you normally get a blackjack with just a single deck of cards? I don't know what the percentage chance would be for that. But
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Sticky cards, higher value cards, tens and as, have a higher chance of being together.
Oh, okay. I almost feel like there would be a bit of gameplay stuff like mechanics that I would have to change on the back end. That would be kind of fun. Yeah, higher chance of having, tens and aces. So basically like the face cards, having those be closer together potentially. That would be really useful. Fairly says 5% chance to screw yourself over for the entire run is a pretty decent percentage. That's what I was thinking, is I feel like 5%, I'm almost worried if it's too high. Maybe. I think what I want to do is, depending on how high your percentage is for potentially getting a blackjack each turn, like each time you play, I think I want to do whatever half that percentage is. Because 3x damage is nice, but it would really suck to just every now and then draw a double card. Yeah, that would kind of suck. But it's also, I mean, you know, if you don't want to risk having or get the benefit of getting 3x blackjack damage, then oh well, it's just not the one for you. 4 to 5% chance to do a blackjack. Okay. Well then, I would say let's do like a 2% chance. 2% chance, not change. 2% chance to double draw. Sorry, I missed lots of what you were saying. Thanks to ads. Blasted ads. I think mostly what I was saying was just that whatever the percentage chance of whatever the chance of getting a blackjack would be, I would probably want to do like half that amount of the chance to draw double cards. Yeah, so if it is roughly between 4 to 5% chance to get a blackjack, then I would say, yeah, probably right around like a 2% chance to double draw. Feels good. Okay, yeah, let's do that one then. And then I think what we're also going to do... let's see. Sometimes start the battle with 21. You have a card that does insane damage, but you can only do 21. Crazy idea. The buff is so massive you need offset. I feel like there's another like 1 or 2 in here. Oh, thorn builds. Yes. So we also want to have add perk, some type of thorn damage. We definitely want to have that in there. And then sticky cards. Oop. Add perk, sticky cards. Let's see. Face cards have a higher chance of being drawn one after another. Go. Okay, I think those are the 2 that I hadn't written down yet. I think. Candy key, chest rooms, restore some HP. Ooh. Add perk. Candy key. Chest rooms have chest rooms restore some HP. I like it. What if it exists another lower baller build where you do massive damage if below a certain hand score? Ooh. So if you're able to draw really low, do a lot. That would be a pretty cool build. I feel like we'd have to get like just the right kind of perk cards in there to do something like that. See, you know, I can throw tons of item ideas at you. I know that at one point we had created a spot in the Discord channel. And now I'm trying to remember if we actually still have this in here. So I know that we've got like the Tomb of Vercilias channel, but I don't remember. Tomb of Vercilias unlockable perks. Yes, we had a couple get put in here. I say a couple. There's a decent amount. Yes. So if anyone has any more ideas on what they would like to add, because we are getting to that point where we can start adding perk cards. So yeah, so if anyone has any more ideas they want to add, like obviously you can put them in the chat, and I'm going to try and write them down if I see them and remember to write them down. But I think this is probably going to be the best place to throw in these perk card ideas. I can't promise that I'll use all of them, just because, one, if I'm either like, I don't know how I would actually program this, or if I'm like, oh, I don't think this is actually going to work at all with the game. If I feel like it's unbalanced or something like that, like whatever it may be. But for the most part, I would absolutely love to be able to have a whole bunch of these different perks in here. So yeah, so if you have any more ideas, you've got the suggestions section down right here, and then it's just right here the TOV, so Tomb of Vercilias unlockable perks. I think should be a good place to start throwing this. So, and of course, you know, if you've got any art that you kind of like, and it doesn't necessarily have to be like finished icons. If you're just like, this is roughly like, you know, what I would like it to look like, feel free. Let's see here. Let's see. You know, I can throw tons of them. Yeah. Let's see. That would probably be a really weak strategy. Oh, to have like the low baller build. I don't know. Maybe. Nick says static charge every time you get hit an enemy. Wait. Every time you get hit, enemy gets damaged -1 HP. Oh. So kind of like the Yeah. So we've got. I mean that would be kind of close to the. Let's see, where was it? The thorn damage. We could add that one. So names something like static charge. Yeah, that could absolutely be a name for one of these. Okay, I think that's the only sneeze. Yeah, we'll definitely need a couple of these to make it worth it, I feel like. Save that. There we go. Let's see. I usually prefer to do a sustain build in roguelikes so I can make up for my dummy mistakes. I do the same thing. Like, probably one of the biggest things that I love to get in roguelikes is some kind of health regeneration stuff. So, like, whether that is being able to siphon HP from enemies or just regenning HP over time, stuff like that. I feel like I do a ton on roguelikes. I threw some good elemental ideas at you the other night. The ice shield that grows in strength when you deal water damage. A fire cloak that grants you fire damage. Thorn stacks over time, deal fire damage, and when you get hit, 1 stack is removed. Absolutely, Mather. Yeah. I will. I'm gonna throw these just in case, because I don't remember. Oh, hey, look at that! You just threw them in there. Thank you, Mather. I appreciate that. Art stream? Maybe. Maybe. I do need to do some more art, because here's the thing. There's actually, if I open this up really quick, I started actually working on more monsters and also potentially expanding the color palette that we have. But yeah, I wasn't a huge fan with how the current skeletons turned out, so I kind of started redesigning them. So I've got a skeleton, and I've got like an ogre creature thing. So this is what I've got so far right now. But I could see myself doing an art stream one of these times where I just go through and I just try and make as many new monsters, perk card icons, all that fun stuff. Could be fun. Could be a good time. Monster sense, so you can see if you're in a monster adjacent room. Ooh. I know that I could technically make that work. I would have to see how I would make it work. Somehow I could make it work. I know that I could. That would be really cool. Unknown Artist says, hello, Unknown Artist. How's it going for you? Kingdom Hearts second change would go hard, not gonna lie. Wait, what about Kingdom Hearts? Second change? Mather says, I have, I put 2 item ideas in top unlock. Thank you, Mather. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to go through and get a whole bunch of those added. Okay, so let's pull this back up over here. There we go. Shows the location of places of interest, but causes you to sometimes travel to a previous room when trying to enter a new room. Yeah, that would be a lot of fun. Kind of like move you around a bit. Tomb of Gamer Swag perk card. You get a bunch of branded water bottles and keychains from conventions. Yeah, there we go. So, I think maybe what we'll do... Let's do the Fists of Belligerence one. I think that one could be simple enough to implement, I think. So we got the brass knuckles or the old booze bottle. Yes. So let's pull this up. That is other stuff. Downloads. Let's see here. Tomb of Vercilias. I could give you a quick preview of some of the stuff for one of my shorts that's gonna be coming out soon. Here, I'll give you a quick peek. There you go. You got that? You got that? What could it possibly be? You'll have to wait and find out. Okay, so Tomb of Vercilias. Tomb of Vercilias. Images, pictures, and then we want perk. I know. It's kind of looks a little bit weird, doesn't it? But I promise it's all going to make more sense eventually. Once you finally see it animated. You sure these are water bottles? Moonwood decapitates bloke from the 80s. Close. Close. Almost. Okay, so let's grab the perk card. Just so we have a good thing to work off of. And then I think if we should be able to reduce this down to 25% and everything should be fine, right? Yeah, it does. Does. Close? Wait, what do you mean close? Close to what? What's close? Wait! Oh no, it just says YouTube took down a video I made? What happened? Wait, what happened to your video? What? Why? Did they say why? Or is it just gone? My context clues skills are top notch. You got it. It's exactly what you thought it was. Nothing but. Okay, so nearly headless Nick character in that case. Nearly headless. He is nearly headless. Okay, so this is. Oh, I guess it's just one other color. Yeah, it's just that and then that. All right, cool. So let's fix the car. Let's get it all back into one piece. And then we do a little bit of something like that. And then a little something like that. And maybe a little something here, and there. Cool. And let's switch this back over to pencil. Switch that down to 1. Get rid of all this. All that. That. Go. Yeah, good enough. Then I believe what I need to do is I do that, and then I put that on top, right? Yes? Crap. Oh, the darker went on top? What? Oh. Alright. Fair enough. No wonder I thought it looked weird on the other one. But I guess that makes sense, kind of. Alright. There we go. There we go. Let's see. I mean, I think I actually know what it is. What do you think it is? I don't know what it says. So to make my shorts, I first post a long form and then remix it. But the last one I made, I deleted the original and YouTube took it down, saying the original creator changed the setting for the video. That is really dumb. I am sorry, Unknown Artist. That is frustrating. I had no idea that's how that would work. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's like if other people are remixing your videos and you don't want people to be remixing it, you could just take it down. But still, it's kind of dumb that it did it to your own video, though. Do I get my perk card now that I got into credits? Absolutely, Dazu. Yeah, I'll be adding all the different perk cards. I'm gonna try. If there's any that I'm like, wait, I can't actually do this well, or I don't know how to do it, then it won't make it in. but I am going to try and add as many as I possibly can. And Mathra says, for my card, since it is based on being drunk, can you make it have a stain? I could probably do something like that. You could do, let's see, how would we do that? Probably do something like... yeah, something like that. And then we'll have that go behind the text. I don't know. What do you think of that? And if it's behind the text, and we can always change the stain later. I'm not great at art, so you know. Let's see. It says it's definitely cutting the mouth section of the dude to use for some voiceover of some sort. You are absolutely correct. Absolutely, there will be some sort of voiceover. And then I tried responding to the email from YouTube, but it said that the email address I was trying to contact no longer... What? They're just throwing all sorts of weird stuff out there. That is really bizarre. Huh. I don't know. I don't know with YouTube. They do weird things. Actually, I wonder if I go with the slightly less... Yeah, that might actually be better. Maybe something like that. You had me worried. So you had me worried for a sec. There, it was looking like Shminas. No, it's a splatter and then dripping down. I don't know how to make a stain. I don't know how. Here, how about this? Let's do this. We will let Photoshop make the stain for me. We'll pick a brush. Go with this brush. No, let's do this brush. Whoa, this brush. Nope, this brush. Whoop, it's huge. This brush. Ooh, maybe. Go with the slightly lighter one. Maybe. Yeah, something like that. Fairly says, drawing schlong late night on Twitch. Well, Automod. I will allow it. I'll allow it. Yeah, I figured that message would get held by Automod. That is fair. That is fair. That absolutely would get held by Automod. You can't say stuff like that on stream. Jeez. Can't say schlong. Although it is almost 11:30 at night, so you can say whatever you want. Okay, so let's go back over to here. So I'm a little bit worried about the name. And when I say I'm worried about the name, I don't necessarily mean the name itself is bad. I'm worried about the size of the name, the length of the name, if you will. Could be potentially a problem. What's going on here? Why is that? Oh, there we go. There we go. I think what we need to do... Yeah. Mathra, are you okay if we just do Mathras? Would you be okay with that? Mathra's Fists of Belligerence? Oh man, even belligerence can't fit. Dang it! Oh my gosh, these cards are the death of me. What the frick has this stream become? I don't know. I don't know. Mathra's Fist of the Beverage? Ooh. Let's do this. Another word for belligerent. Hostile, aggressive, threatening, antagonistic, pugnance, pugnacious. What? Wait, what? Well, you Neanderthal was also held by Automod. That is true. It does. It does hold that one. But I'll allow it. Beverage. Ale-soaked gauntlets. Ooh. I do like the difference thinking. Freaking knew it. It's true. That does get held by the Automod. We could do that. We could do Bathra's ale-soaked gauntlets. There we go. Alright, so that means we would come over here and we need to select these. Fill that in. Oh, wait. Let's do this. There we go. Okay. Now we need to do... There we go. Socks. Dazu says, what's wrong with Neanderthals? Well, so here's the thing. You can say Neanderthal, but you can't say you Neanderthal. Because if you're calling someone a Neanderthal, you're basically just calling them slow. I think I'm missing something. Yeah. No. Yeah. Because you can say Neanderthal in chat. Like, it doesn't, because Neanderthal is not necessarily a bad word, right? Like, it's not negative in any way, shape, or form. You just Neanderthal. But if you're calling someone specifically a Neanderthal, then it's like, okay, hold up now, because it's like assuming you're using it as like a bullying word, and so that's when it actually flags it. Slow in thinking. You did not get held. That too. But my message was... You gonna say it again? You saying it again, Nick? Because is it actually 4 pixels above? Now I feel like I have to know. I mean, I think I moved it to the right spot. So 4 pixels above, so that would be 16. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so Mathra's ale-soaked gauntlets. I almost feel like we need another space in between here. Yeah, Mathra's ale-soaked gauntlets. You Neanderthal. I'll allow it. It's so weird. If I say allow, you would think that it would add some kind of, be like, oh, well, if you allowed it this one time, we'll allow it all the time. But apparently not. Apparently not. It's like minus Habens. Maybe. Will the perk card unlock over time, or is the pool of cards fully unlocked from the start? Still trying to decide. I think what we're going to do is we're going to start with a decent sized pool of cards, but then there will also be other cards. So I want a whole bunch of maybe like 50 or so, or maybe even more, 50 plus perk cards that start in like the beginning pool, right? And then you'll have your, pick of the cards each time. But then as you get deeper and deeper, it will kind of start moving slightly away from the base pool, and it'll start moving into like another pool of cards. So you'll get like maybe like 1 from the original pool and then 2 from the new pool, and vice versa and all that stuff. So that way you'll be able to start getting higher perked cards, but then still have access to the older ones. So I'm still trying to decide exactly how that's going to work. Yeah, so basically the idea is there will at least be the pool of cards, and then at some point, either as you're doing quests and things like that, you'll be able to unlock other perk cards that go into the pool, or if there's any perk cards that I'm like, that is just the craziest perk card, we cannot have that in the beginning, but it would be cool, so it'll be reserved for like the secondary pool, where like once you're maybe like halfway through the tomb, you will then start getting access to that larger pool. Is kind of where I'm thinking we're gonna go. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm thinking. Okay, so Mathra's ale-soaked gauntlets. I feel like is a good. I think that's good. Show, let's see here. So if I were to add that back, oh, I kind of like that. I think that's cool. Maybe lower down though. Yeah. Okay, so going from the center point. So 46, that'd be 23. 23 is right there. That is the center point. Let's add this and just call it center point. Go. Switch this to square. There we go. That is the center point. So we should be able to... How large are these icons supposed to be again? 20? 20? 20 the actual size of the icons? I thought they were slightly larger than that. Maybe I'm just crazy. Nick says something like in Slay the Spire. Yes. Yeah. Pretty close to Slay the Spire. I think what I'm going to do... Yeah, let's do this. I'm going to save in Cloud Documents, and we're just going to call this one. I may have already saved one like this. No, I have not. Okay. We're going to call this the TOV perk cards. Yeah, sure. There we go. That way I've got like a good template to work off of. Actually, wait. Did I save... Okay, I didn't. I thought that I had maybe saved like a Photoshop version of the perk cards. I don't think I did. No, I did not. Nope, I did not. Okay, cool. So, let's also... I'm just going to grab these other two, and I just want to see how large these icons actually are. So if we go down to 25%, so you are 22. Okay. You're 22 pixels. You are... 21. Okay. You are 22. Okay. So yeah, so I think the icon itself should be 22 pixels. Yeah. So icon size. Whoops. 22. Go. Yeah. Now we'll go slightly lighter. See, I don't need to be anything crazy, just somewhere in there is where like the icon should be. I think we can get rid of that center point, because that's just where the icon should be. Yeah. Let's see, Mather says, yeah, I mean, yeah, we know you are cray-cray, but that is a different topic. Maybe just a little bit. Dazu says, I'd say over time, so that the player unlocks stronger ones later, and he has to play a bit before ending the game easily. True. Yeah, and that's where it's kind of like, you know, because eventually we will have like some pretty strong buff cards, some pretty buff cards, and yeah, the idea is we don't want to have those in the very beginning of the game. You know, you don't want something that's going to increase your damage by like 10 right out the gate, but later on in the game, maybe you do want something that's going to increase your damage a lot more, but then also it's not going to be something that just, it's also going to have the pretty big debuff as well. Let's see, Mather says, want me to keep adding more and more items to the Discord? If you'd like, yeah. Because again, like I will say this, I can't promise that every single perk is going to make it in the game. Because either if I'm not quite sure how to program it, or if I feel like it would be just too difficult to balance, whatever it may be. So I can't promise that every single card is going to make it in the game. But the more there are, the higher the chance that it will be in the game. Because again, eventually there will be needs for a lot of cards. And so the more that I have in the Discord that I can either, one, just pull directly from it and be like, yep, this will be great, or being like, I like the idea, but like, let's switch it just a little bit like this, the better. Because, you know, having more info and more suggestions makes it easier. Can I be a cigar that makes you more gold? Probably do that. So the only other thing that I'm kind of like considering, and I do have to like be careful about, is I don't want to potentially run into any kind of like restrictions. And I don't know if having like a cigar would be considered having like tobacco in the game. Because like no one's technically smoking it. But I don't know how strict some regions like restrictions are when it comes to even just the idea of you know, having like some kind of like tobacco product. I don't know. We can see though. Something like that. If you aren't applying for real ratings, you won't have any issues. I will take your word for it, because I honestly don't know. I don't know if like that would be something that would like potentially just, I don't know. So, I mean, that sounds about right. It sounds like even if like, unless there was like, unless I went out and specifically got the game rated, which I feel like most small indie game studios don't do. Like I'll probably like include my own thing like on Steam. Probably even like when you start the game, I'll just be like, hey, by the way, there's combat to this game, so there's violence, so if you don't like violence, maybe don't play the game, that kind of a thing. So, yeah, it's only really needed on console. All right, well, that's fair. Well, this will not be on console, so at least as of right now in the current plans, it will not be on console. Maybe eventually, but for now, it will not be. I'll check, give me a moment. Yeah, so I think we probably could do a cigar then. I think we'd probably be fine. Okay, so yeah, so Mathra's ale-soaked gauntlets. So we have the icons that Mathra made originally. We do have those that we could use. Let's see. I have them downloaded somewhere. Somewhere these things are downloaded. Let's see. Backups, downloads. I want to say that I downloaded them. Yes, there we go. Hey. Excuse me. So yes, I do have this icon here. I know that we've changed the I think we've kind of changed it a little bit since like the size of the icon. The Midas gift. I'm starting to get things on here now. What? Oh, episode 96. Okay. I thought that I got a copyright claim on the current episode that we are currently streaming. I was like, what? That's crazy. But no, it was a more recent episode. So I'm gonna have to go back and check, because yeah. Every now and then it'll just be like, oh, you used a song, and I'm like, okay, whatever. So something else we could do, and we might be able to make it work with this color palette here. I think maybe if we go orange, grayscale, maybe red too. Yeah, I think that should be good. Let's free transform and let's bring this down to like 10%. Yeah, I think that should be good. Color palette. You know what? Actually, now that I think about it, I should probably just have the full color palette, because if this is going to be like the if this is going to be what I'm using to actually make all the cards, I probably want the full color palette in here. Let's bring this down to 10%. There we go. Okay, so 10% is not white. So how large is this thing? 24. So what would be 24 divided by 1? No. Crap, what would that be? Would that be 12%? Close enough. I'll fix it like this. All right, there we go. There's our color palette. Sweet. So, with the icon itself, let's get like a rough outline. So, okay, so we've got, let me actually name these layers. So we got the card, the icon size, we got the stain, you are the other stain, you are the text. So the text is going to be like above everything? Yeah, probably. Except for the color. Dazu says, okay, never mind, notice cigar. Apparently, including drug/tobacco items, even if they are not realistic, are still able to push the PEGI rating to 12 or 16 years for purchase. So, oh. Well, I don't know. Let me check for gambling. Gambling is even worse. It gets 18 plus. True. Yeah, Boatro was 18 plus. And that's the thing, too, is that, like, even if you're not technically using real money, like, the idea of gambling is like one where they'll be like, nope, you can't. So I honestly don't know what's going to happen with blackjack. I'm going to assume that whatever Boatro rating has is probably going to be applied to like the same with this game, but I honestly have no idea. Who knows? Okay, so let's get just like a rough general. So here's what I'm kind of thinking. What am I thinking for the icon? Was the ale-soaked gauntlets. So we could either have it like a fist that's like punching like out like this, or up, or just be like an open hand gauntlet. Whoop. Let's do icons. Whoop. Icons. There we go. Yeah, so we were to do something like we want some kind of that is not what I meant to draw at all. I was trying to draw like okay, well, we could go with something. I mean, we could still try and do the like brass knuckles type thing. Do I still have those up? Yeah, something like that. That would basically be something along the lines of that's 12 plus in the Play Store. Well, and I think that each platform is going to have like their own ratings for things like that. And so the Play Store would probably be forced to restrict gambling type content. So, I don't know. I don't actually know what kind of restrictions I'm going to run into with this game. Probably should have looked into that before, you know, starting to make it. Okay, so that's going to be too big. Then I feel like this is going to feel too small. So maybe what we do, I don't know why I didn't do this before. Gotta combine them, merge them together. Yeah. Something like that. So we could do something like this, something along the lines of like a, I don't know, like brass knuckles. But I almost feel like if we're calling them gauntlets, might want to do something else. Maybe. Mm-hmm. Couldn't find it on Steam. You can't find Blotter on Steam? I don't know if because I don't think that Steam necessarily requires any kind of rating. So yeah, I think it should be fine. I think it should be all right. I think age thingy, yeah. Steam doesn't enforce regional ratings like consoles. They have their thing, but it's developer controlled within reason. Yeah, and that's what I figured is, yeah, on Steam, it should probably be fine. But then if I were to release it on like console or mobile or something like that, then I would run into issues. But as of right now, the current plan, there is no plan to release it on console at least. Mobile, I could eventually make it on mobile, but to do on console, unfortunately with RPG Maker, I would have to remake the entire game in a different engine. So let's see. Okay, I think that many items should be good for now. I will come up with more later. There.
Chemist Heinrich says, the cat goes meow 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 meow.
Cat does go
meow 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 meow.
It does not go woof. What are you talking about? Not even close to what the cat says. This is why I should not be entrusted with drawing. It's gonna look super cartoony. Nope. I ended up adding 6 items. Jeez, Mathra. That's a lot of items. Yeah, I am stumped. I'm like trying to think of like how to best represent this thing. That is just not. So yeah, so if we go like something kind of like roughly what I was thinking originally, which is like a fist kind of just like punching up. something, something, something. Let's see. Mosa says, Moonwood Games, man. How's my fave dev doing today? Ah, you're too much. I'm doing all right. Doing all right. How you doing? Don't tell the others. I won't say a single thing. Congrats, you broke 300. I know. Super exciting. 301. Not bad. Not bad. I appreciate that. Thank you. Mather says, the Midas gift, pocket sand, sleight of hand art, cloak and dagger, old thieves tools, and pet brick. I love them. Dazu's bread. 1 pyro, -1 pyro, +1 bread. Good old bread. Something like that. Something. Yeah, I'm not good with art. Let's see. If you were like this, would need like trying to avoid it's gonna look ridiculous and cartoony either way. No. Like that. Look, Vampire Survivors, it has an item with the same perspective. Wait, really? Dang it. I guess there's only so many ways you can draw a pixel glove, so Vampire Survivors, what would it be, like a glove icon? Weapon evolutions. Oh boy. Oh, the bracer. I'm assuming that's the one you're talking about. You could try and make it look like boxer hand wraps. Oh. I could do that instead, yeah. That is true. That does look very, very similar to what I'm trying to make. Just, you know, the one in Vampire Survivors looks good. That one is more... It's less than this garbage that I'm doing, which is good. That's a good thing. So if we do... Vampire Survivors... Bracer. Okay. So if we get, like, the general shape of it, and then I think what we can do is then turn it into hand wraps. But I think we're going to have it go upward, because the bracer is kind of, like, going downward like this, but it's more like, yeah, more like that. I think what we're going to do is basically have it reversed. So if we do, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's actually do this. Let's copy. The general idea is we want to do, we flip this way. Yeah. And then put that down to like 25%. How big are these pixels? That's not even close, though. Yeah, so something like that. Something like that. Well, what if we do this? What if we put it down to like 10%? Oh, that's too small. 15? Nope. 12. 13. 50. And then another 50. And then another 50. And we'll stick with that. There we go. Mather says, you are lucky I'm hanging out here. I could be listening to Ado, or I could be watching Animal, but I chose to come chill with you. I appreciate you being here, Mathra. Thank you. Thank you. Ugh. I can't say this is the best use of your time, but I'm glad that you're here. So, there's that. There's that. All right, so let's do something along the lines of... Oh, actually, let's do this instead. We're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's just get the general idea, like the shape of it, and then I'll kind of shape it as needed. What?
Unknown artist says, are you stealing sprites? Moon Man Games Man Moonwood
Absolutely not.
Moon Man Games Man Moonwood Moon Man Games Man Moonwood Moon Man Games Man Moonwood. Thanks for the follow, Redston 4D.
Redston 4D, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. But unknown artist, I swear I'm not stealing it. Not at all. It's inspiration. It's inspiration.
Redston 4D just redeemed Stree Edge.
Oh, man, I love it. Also, yeah. Howdy, Redston 4D. How's it going? Wait, did you read anime as animal? I don't know what you mean, Mathra. I don't know what you mean, but let's do a little bit of stretching. Here we go. And let's go this way. And the other way. Oh. And backwards. Oh, that was a good stretch. Oh, that felt good. I kind of ruined my green screen, but that's fine. Well, I appreciate that, Redston 4D. Hopefully you're doing all right. Hopefully you're having a great weekend. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Fingers crossed. But I swear, unknown artist, I swear. I'm using it to get the shape, and then we'll branch out from there. Yeah, I'm doing well though. I appreciate that. I still don't know what. Did you read anime as animal? Oh, wait. I think I did read animal. I was very confused why you said you could be watching Animal, and I was like, what are you talking about? It's late, okay? Don't judge me. It's late. Let's see here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I don't think I would have been able to get this shape at all if I was going just absolute bonkers terribleness. One, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go. There we go. Okay, so then roughly the knuckles would go here-ish. Roughly here-ish, and then thumb is roughly here-ish. They kind of come up and combine up into here. Kind of come over there. You'd kind of come over here. Nope. And then this part of the bracer would be roughly here-ish. Okay, that gets us the general shape. So, next up, we need to get this whole flipped around. So if we flip it like that. Yeah. It also is definitely not big enough. We need to make it slightly larger. Moon has streamer dyslexia, it seems. I really do have. I have pretty bad dyslexia on stream. Dazu says, you are lucky I am here. I could be skibideo in Ohio around 6-7, listening to Mustard, or I could be watching some Gat, but I chose to come Phantom Tax with you. Thank you, Dazu. I appreciate that. I understood about none of that, because I'm old. Me too. Lure King. I appreciate that, Mosta. I feel you, Moon Man. I can't draw without a reference to. Yeah, it's not good. It's not fun. But oh well. All artists can't. Only if you reach God level. Please make that a short. Me actually reading that message. Fine, boom. You'd get many views. I don't know if I would get any views. I feel like I would get a lot of very frustrated people listening to me try to read those references. Okay, so basically we want to take this and move it down and then have it connect eventually. Let's keep the reference here, actually. So then I am going to be redrawing it to make it slightly larger. So let's do roughly, so if we go over like this, and then a few more down. Right around there, we would, nope, right around here. We then have it come over. No. Here, we would then have it come over. Down. Here, we would have this come down. There. Okay, slightly better. Unknown says, I've been trying for hours to make eyes on my pixel art. Eyes are absolutely horrendous. At least I'm terrible at them. And doing it in pixel art, even more difficult. Old man tries new gen slang. About one. Tries is definitely the right phrase there. Right word. Right word there. TK Official says, hello. Hello, TK Officials. TK Gamers. How's it going? Old man, Moon is young. Call him old is like calling me ancient. No, I am old. I am old. I'm now officially in my mid-30s, so I'm old. I am old now. Unfortunately. But oh well, that is such is life. I think that I finally got it. Hey, that's awesome then. Especially if it's taking you a couple hours. It's not bad. Not bad at all. I don't know you, so I don't know if you're old or not. I am definitely old. Mid-30s, so old. So old. Skippity vine boom. Oh no. What is this? Oh no. What do we got? Let's give that a little bit of a pause. Give this a little bit of a desktop audio. Turn that up. Some Gat, but I chose to come Phantom Tax with you. Thank you, Dazu. I appreciate that. I understood about none of that. None of it. Absolutely none of it. Because I'm old. I'll say it again. Oh, man. I know what it is to have a case of the olds. Yeah, it's great. I was literally just standing yesterday and my toe started hurting. And I'm like, why does my toe hurt? I don't know. My toe just started hurting for no reason. I'm trying to clip, but I'm from mobile. It's horrible. Oh, yeah, I can see that being pretty terrible. Let's see. Nick says, yeah. Oh, yeah. The clipping. Say that again. Waves with his walking cane in his mid-30s. I feel like I need one as well. I'm in my late 30s. That's not that old, Mathra. Except for I just said mid-30s is old. We're both old. We're both old. Thetra says, good morning from the other side of the world. Good morning, Thetra. How was your evening? How was your weekend? And those blasted ads. You can call me TK Gamers. No, I can call you TK Officials. It's just, I'm so used to calling you TK Gamers. But yeah, how's life going for you, TK Officials? Hopefully well. Jonah's had 4/3 of my age right now. Jeez. Well, I can feel my brain cells wanting to run away. The children yearn for the Tomb of the Vercilias. Sure they do. They really do. I am 36. Hey, that's not that bad. You're just 2 years older than me then. Also, Moon, Ado is a Japanese singer that is a vocal goddess. Oh. I will have to look her up because I don't recognize the name. Thetra says, but hear me out. I finish my 40 game jam 2 weeks on the weekend. Wait. Hear me out. I finished my 40 game jam 2 weeks on the weekend. My 40 game jam 2 weeks on the weekend. I still don't understand what you're meaning. Hear me out. I finished my 40 game jam 2 weeks on the weekend. I think I might just be too tired. Maybe. That might be it. I know you don't use Discord anymore, but I posted the art in the Discord. I will be taking a look in there. I promise I will. Let's see. TK Official says, I am 16. To be young again. To be young. I am stupid. Sorry. No, Thetra. You are not. Not at all. You're telling me it's not over 24 years old. Great to hear that I feel old already. I mean, it can be. It can be. I did my 40 game jam 2 weeks ago. Oh. Gotcha. That makes more sense. Everybody's just doing their age now. Okay. Yes. 40. I gotcha. Okay. Yes, I think I was just tired and I kept reading that wrong and I was like, wait, what? That makes more sense. Nick says, hello, old man. I'm 15. Don't take me seriously. I will always take you seriously, Nick. Hey, you can be serious at 15. There's nothing wrong with that. Everybody's just doing their age now. Let's see. Moon, have you watched the One Piece film Red? I have not. I need to, though. One of these days. One of these days. All right, so let's bring this up to here. And then you can just kind of come down to there. And then something along the lines of there-ish. Yeah, something like that. Close enough. Okay, so now let's grab some of this. Whoa. That should be good enough, yeah. Yeah, that should be good enough. Maybe that, and then we can grab the slightly lighter for some highlights. We'll grab the slightly darker for some shading. Honestly, I have no idea how this is going to turn out in the end. No. Yeah, it's getting closer. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Who knows? Who knows? Let's see. TK Official says, hey, I'm getting a lot of game ideas, but I can't execute them. Well, that is the unfortunate reality of being creative and also a game dev, is you will have a lot of ideas, you'll have a lot of fun ideas, but it does kind of become an issue. Because either you have a ton of ideas and you never actually have enough time to be able to create all those games, or you have ideas for games that you're just like, I just cannot create these at all. So here's what I'd say to maybe potentially try to help you is write all of them down. Like, it doesn't matter if you're like, oh, that's a crazy idea, like I would never be able to ever make this game. Write it down, write down the ideas, because who knows, in a year, 5 years, 10 years, you may be to the point where you then would be able to create that game. So it doesn't matter how far-fetched or how crazy or how advanced the game is that you're trying to make may be, make sure to write it down, make sure that you have it documented somewhere, so that when you eventually get the skills, you will be able to go back and be able to work on those. Nick says, my friend and I were calling names. I said that... What? Is that a check mark? Or is that square root of -1 is more real than his brain? He answered that the Formula 1 tracks are straighter than my spine. I have squints. Shit. Well. Try scratch. It was a fun day. That sounds like a great day. Let's see here. Oh man, we got some auto mod stuff. All right, what do we got from Awodi2? Want to grow your stream fast? I help streamers get 100 real followers, 50 live viewers, an active chat, reach affiliate and partner, and earn up to $100 per stream. Let's level up your channel. Connect on Discord. No. Deny. Absolutely not. Get out of here, scammer. Let's see here. You can't do much with Scratch. I mean, it is limited. It is limited. But if you wanted to, like, you know, be able to experiment really quickly with ideas, you actually absolutely could.
Unknown artist says, bot alert, bot alert.
It's true. Crazy bot alert. Bot alert. With Turbo Warp, you can do more, and it's just a good way to get ideas out and see if they are fun to play. Do that as well. RPG Maker is also a great way to go about it. Fun fact, Vampire Survivors is made in Chaser, which is another program for video game making and blocks, no coding, but used assets from the RTP base graphics from RPG Maker MZ. So I guess the circle is complete now. Wait, what? Wait. Vampire Survivors used RTP graphics from RPG Maker MZ? I feel like that can't be true, because they go really hard on not allowing people to use RPG Maker RTP assets in other engines. I don't know. Maybe. Good tip. I've had a running design PowerPoint that I just add to a slide to every now and then. Yeah, see, that is a good way to go. Fun to look back at all my stupid ideas. They're not stupid. There's no such thing as a bad idea. Maybe just an unrealized idea, maybe a incomplete idea, but no such thing as a stupid idea. It's crazy bots. Or just do what I'm doing and challenge yourself to make a good game in Scratch. You could do that as well. MV. Wait, did I say M? Oh. But even still, MV. I don't know. I mean, I'll have to look that up. Sorry, I was busy. Couldn't do my job. No, you're totally fine, Axel. You are totally fine. No worries at all. Square root of -1 is an imaginary number. I guess, yeah, that's fair. That is a good insult then. I do like that. Okay, so I think it's coming along. Still not quite there. Still got a little bit more to go. We could... I feel like we would need to add some kind of like more highlight to it, you know? Kind of like finish up the shape of it. Maybe. I don't know. Doesn't feel... Feels like it kind of adds like a weird shape to it, you know? Maybe we don't have it go all the way over. It's right there. Maybe like down a little bit. Maybe. Maybe. Let's see. Unknown says, Discord time, maybe please, possibly. Oh! Yeah, we can take a quick look, I suppose. I suppose we can take a quick look. Let's see. Come over here. Got the Discord art channel. Oh, man. What else have I missed? Okay, I wanted to take a look at that. Gosh, so much. Stream snipe. Oh, wait, was it in the art channel? Oh, yeah. I don't know. Was it here? Who knows? Sorry. Ooh. Ooh. That's a big eye. Is that the one you were working on? That looks great. I like it. Yeah, I really like the color palette, the vibe, the shape of the face. Very nice. All the expressions, too. Absolutely beautiful. The eye is terrifying. I will say that. It is a little bit terrifying. Let's see. Listen, relationship with a girl is more complex than complex numbers. Has both real number and imaginary number. All right, Nick. All right. I've never watched Avengers or DC, but is that Thanos? Who? Wait, is this Thanos? Infinity Gauntlet? Maybe. Look up Molly's stage on Dairy Plant stage. I don't know what we're talking about here, Dazu, but I suppose I could. Now I'm worried. I'm gonna look this up not on the main screen. Molly's dairy stage. Dairy Plant. Oh, okay. Huh. Huh. Yeah, that's, well. Yeah, that is, very much so. Let's come over here, and we'll go to Steam Library, Steam Apps, Common, RPG Maker, MV. Let's see, new data. Images, tile sets. So probably be outside something. Outside. Come on, where are you? Sort by name. Outside. Outside A, A2, A3, A4, A5, outside B. Yeah, so yeah, look at that. Yeah, so that thing right there, it's definitely that one. This little guy right here, definitely that. The tree has definitely been altered. Like you can see like the similarities. That's crazy. So yeah, that and that are definitely like the same thing. there and there. Yeah, then especially that guy right there versus that guy. Huh. I think maybe even the dead tree, but then just like modified. Huh. Well, there you go. More you know. More you know. I like it. You can tell if used. Wait. You can tell if you've used RPG Maker. You really can. You absolutely can. Yeah. Once I saw that, I was like, okay, yep, for sure. Thanos wore a gauntlet, but he doesn't own them. That is fair. 2K Official says, I'm currently making a prison escape game where you kill police stealthily, but the only way to kill them is headshots, and if you get really close to the cops, you get caught. That sounds like a good time. I'd play something like that. The sprite I made is for my Scratch challenge. Oh, for the okay. I like it. I like it though. Got his 30 seconds of fame. Good old Gob. It's a horror adventure game. Oh, okay. Well, I think that would fit pretty well with a horror adventure game. Let's see. Mather says, hey Moon, I am almost at the point for you to play a game again. Just be warned. I'm warned. Thank you for warning me. I got the palette off low spec. I believe it was 32 arcade. I like it. Yeah, it's an absolutely fantastic palette. Maybe DST. DST what? Vampire Survivors. There is more in the game. This is an example. No snitch though. I won't snitch. Zero snitching. I mean, vampires did also use the spell assets from Castlevania. Yeah. Oh well. such is the things you can get away with sometimes. And who knows? Maybe he like, went out and I don't know, asked. He asked very nicely. He's like, "Hey, can I please?" And they're like, "Okay." You never know. Never know. Okay, it's definitely coming along. More so, I mean, it definitely helped being able to have the reference. That is for sure. But I think what we're going to try and do, is I did kind of want it up, right? So I think what we need to do now, we gotta flip this thing. And we can't just like flip it because then it looks weird. I mean, I guess we could probably keep the same. Same roughly? Ugh, same rough shape, maybe? I don't know, maybe we keep it down? Have it going the other way, though? Yeah, maybe something like that. It's not too bad. It's not the greatest thing in the world, but it's not too bad. Let's grab this, though. I do need to add the shadow that I've got on all these other ones. Because, might as well. Yeah. Mathra's ale-soaked gauntlets. Not the worst thing in the world. Gauntlets. Go. Now, do we want... So we got the stain. That's stare. Stain. There we go. Icon above the stain, though. We could have the stain. Could have the stain. Nick says, the game to play. What about the game to play? Wait. Maybe DST, the game to play. I don't know what DST is. Oh, you mean daylight savings time? Oh, you mean don't starve together. I get it now. Maybe. TK official says, I hate it when I work on a bug for 2 hours and eventually I give up, and the next morning I fix it in like 2 minutes. It is rough, but at least you got it fixed. I mean, that's a positive. Flip it like it's hot. Stop yawning, you're making me yawn. I'm sorry, it's just getting so late. Oh my gosh, it's already almost 12:30. Only 2:30 a.m. here. Yeah, it's a little after midnight here, so it's definitely getting late. You bought it? I did not. I have not bought it yet. I probably should, though. I understand it now. I do understand it now. Yeah, I think... He understands it now. I do. Every little bit. I'm getting so tired. Yeah, this is definitely gonna have to be like the end of it here. We're gonna do the graphic and then just we have to call it there because my brain is like starting to not fire on all cylinders. Less so than usual. I know what some of you were about to say, and I already know. Just less so than usual. Do we do some kind of Oh no. I do like that. I don't know. Is that okay? I feel like that's an okay stain. I feel like that's all right. Whoop. We could do slightly more. Too much. And then we switch to the brush, single pixel brush. There we go. Boom. Gonna add like some drippies, some drippies. I think that might be just a little bit too much. Yeah.
Dazu just redeemed Stretch.
I suppose we could do some stretching. Then I feel like I should have given up earlier, but if I had to do it, but if I had, I don't think I would have been done by now. Yeah, and that's the thing too, is it's like, yeah, sometimes it can be a positive to walk away and come back later, but sometimes you do need to stick with it for a little bit longer because you like work through all the different potential fixes, you don't find it, and then you walk away, and then when you come back, that's when your brain is like, this is how I need to fix it. So it's not necessarily a bad thing that you spent a long time initially, because you may have worked through some things that eventually got your brain to, you know, actually get to the point where it was able to fix the bug. The brain isn't braining. It really isn't. It was on sale. Now it's $14.99. Wait, what? I thought the sale was still going on. I'm sure it'll go back on sale because the fall sale is coming up soon. I'll probably get it then. That is a decent stain, preferable over the color options. Yeah, I think going with the grayed out. That way it still kind of like blends in, but it still looks stained. I think it's all right. Hey, somehow my trash game made me 10 cents. Ooh, it's not bad. That's not bad at all. You earned it. Earn the stretch. All right, here we go with the stretch. Everybody ready? I know that I am. Now let's go this way. Oh, and then the other way. Oh, and then backwards. Yeah, that's a good stretch. Whew. Ah, thank you for the stretch. I appreciate that. All right, everybody. Well, I think that's probably about as good as we're going to get on here. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we do like a... what if we select the card, and then let's do this. Select inverse. And we fill in black around the sides. And then as we move the stain around, yeah, what if we do like more of like the stain on like one side or the other? Maybe. I don't know. Need to be more stained, maybe? There we go. I think that should be fine. That should be fine. All right, so let's save that as on the computer as a PNG. We go over here to downloads, Tomb of Vercilias, images, pictures. I'm gonna say perk card 5. Perk card 5. Here we go. Fantastic. And then we'll do the whole thing, you know, where I redo the icon for the smaller icon section. But for now, that should be all right. Oh, we also do need to, I just realized, I need to grab perk card 5, bring it over into Photoshop again. And we're going to do the little bit of dish. There we go. That's more of what we need. Yeah, there we go. We got ourselves Mathra's Ale-Soaked Gauntlets. Yeah. Fantastic. Fantastic. All right, everybody. Well, thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Hopefully you all have an absolutely fantastic evening. Yeah, very, very glad that you were all here for the stream. Always a good time hanging out and getting some work done, but yeah, so I appreciate y'all being here. Wait, if I missed anything? For the stretch, when's the next stream? So the next stream will be in 44 hours. 44 hours from now. So yeah, in 2 days. In 2 days is the next stream. So plan accordingly. I want to see you all here again, just like, you know, this last time. Let's see. Have a good one, Moon. Don't get too much done this week. I'll try not to. See you next stream, Moon Man. Good luck. I appreciate that. Let's see. See you, Moon Man, next month. Oh, that's true. That's true. Wait, will it actually be? Oh my gosh, I'll see you all next month. That's a good time to say. Good times to say. All right. I'll see. Yeah. Bye. I'll see. Bye. Owe me another 9k mana. I'm sorry, Axel. I'm sorry. I'll figure something out. All right, everybody. Take care. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. I will see you all on the next one. And yeah, until then, good luck. Take care. And I guess that's about it. So we'll see y'all later. Goodbye.